The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all-out liars. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, two-time Best in Show and two-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time best in show and 2-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time best in show and 2-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
The dog game is dying. Let's talk about the game first, not the dogs. It's the challenge of the wins, the competitive addiction, the thrill of the win, and the rewards of achievements. Losing only gives you the drive to come back. I learned to watch the winners, my motivation was there, my dedication was evident, now I'm a winner. The problem is the cheating to win, manipulating the truth, and then it's the all outliers. How is this sharing our achievements with liars, cheaters, and bullshitters? We have lost the historical value of the dog game. We can't decipher the real from the fake, the lost is the cost. So I salute these dogs of going hard kennels for all that you've given me in the game.
Let's talk about pit bulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off-brand champion Mayday, the dog of the year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time best in show and 2-time gamest in show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs.
What up? What up? What's up? Big shout out to everybody out there in the back street. Big shout out to all my people out there in the Shark Tank. What the hell is up? It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Hey, y'all, don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Let's see what's going on out there in the chat. Let me see who all out there. Big shout out to a long-time supporter, the one and only my main man, Mr. David Morse in the house. What up, fam? Shout out to What the Hell TV in the house. What up? Bam! What's I got here? Cosmo Khan, Chief Aboriginal HV. What up, fam? Well, that name get longer and longer every day, fam. Big shout out to Student for Life Training in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Yo, more Keith. I see you, fam. Big salute to my main man. Small time in the house. What up, bam? Hey, appreciate everybody for showing up. All my people on the back street. Hey, look here. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that damn like button. All right, fellas. You know, we didn't make it Friday. I had some people come in from out of town. You know, people coming from out of town. As always, you just get caught up in it. You know how that go. You know. But my brother came in from Kansas City. Took that long ride in just to hang out. Because I'm pretty sure he was missing that Florida weather. You know, them Bay City boys, you know, they get out there in that cold and be like, shit, I might as well go get some of that warmness before it get too damn cold out here. Big shout out to my little brother, E-Mac. Appreciate the love, fam. See you on the next trip, baby. But yeah. Hey, look, one of the things I wanted to talk about tonight is the levels of the game. You know, we always talk about it's levels to this shit. But we never, well, me personally, I've never seen us really discuss, you know, how we determine certain levels. You know, for us, I mean, I consider levels as based on, you know, it's all right when you was doing it in the neighborhood, you know, and then you just spread it out a little bit. You know, you're leveling up your abilities to move around, basically. And in order to level up, you know, there's a lot involved in that. You know, and when I say a lot involved, because you have to take it like, first of all, the yard. You know, everything starts with the yard, the foundation. What you know, every building got to have something to stand on. So what you standing on? How strong is your foundation based on what you're building on? Now, we've talked about that part a lot. You know, from our standpoint, we always started with the females, and then we built from the females up. Considering we didn't do nothing but try to breed the champions and grand champions, it was for us. It was just a little bit different after we had learned to, you know, we was on a different level. But in the beginning, can't say we was leveling up like that where we came in and kicked the doors down. Yeah, we had the dogs, but we didn't have the experience. So you can't come in and say that we came in as top dogs when we really weren't. You know, all that, everything about leveling up, man, really takes, first, it takes time. It takes experience. And between the time of learning to get the experience, you'll clearly understand the level up part, because you're going to be building based on that time and experience. You're going to be getting a bitch bred, raising a bunch of puppies, spending time with them, and then utilizing, what you have right there in front of you, which is where you're going to be building from, that litter. One female, a good litter, you're going to have I would say 18 months to 2.5 years invested as far as time. Now, what are you doing with that time? You're actually getting the experience of raising puppies. That's hard in itself, because look at all the things that can go wrong in just raising puppies. Now, for somebody who's never done it before, it's a terrible experience, because you really don't know much. So you have to depend on a lot of the things that people tell you. You might run into the bitch killing the puppies, or the puppies coming out the wrong way, or the bitch just having problems. There's so many things that go wrong when you're dealing with the birthing process when it comes to these puppies. Sometimes it's like hands off, but it really is a hands off situation, but it's not really a hands off situation. You really have to pay attention to that whole process to make sure that she's comfortable in dropping those puppies. And then I didn't jump right on to the puppies, but it takes even more than that, because it takes a healthy bitch. You want to make sure the bitch is healthy enough to have puppies. And that alone can be a task in itself. Trying to find the right male can be a task within itself. But with all that going on, it's a building process. I'm taking it like, all right, it's your first time. It would take, I think, before you to be experienced enough to have it pretty much down pat. I mean, just the birthing and the raising puppies part. You're going to have at least 5 years invested into that, because the whole purpose of, first of all, doing any type of breeding, you're doing it for a purpose. And based on the purpose will define your building, what you're actually building. That's not like I said, that's not a very easy task. And I wish it was something that you could, we always get it right the first time, but we don't. Because you don't know enough. You're not experienced enough. But if you keep doing it, things get better. And there's so many things that I could throw in there, like getting them warmed and, the warming process is always the feeding process. When to wing them off the mom, how to bring her back from, puppies do terrible things to females. You got to keep that female right. You got to keep her from being sick. And then with them sucking on her tits, you got to always make sure her tits stay clean, because you don't want to be passing shit down to them, like that coccidia shit, because that shit can run rapid. So many things that come along with that process. But I look at that from, that's the lower level of, that's like the first level of the learning process, because you don't get into as time goes on, you start leveling up. And how do you level up? Okay. From the very beginning where I started at, and I'm talking about from the foundation where there's nothing standing there. Now you done got the male you wanted, you done got the breeding you wanted, and you got the puppies on the ground. Now it's your job, being that you're the contractor of the building that's being bought up, all the things that comes with that is a task, because you have to make sure that you get these dogs to a certain age and understand the purpose and work that purpose from a young age. When I'm dealing with dogs, it's always easier to teach them young, you know, because it gets a lot easier as they get older, because now they're pretty much adapted to how things work. I always thought that was important, dealing with, you know, not just American Pit Bull Terriers, but all dogs. You know, time. How much time are you going to spend with your dogs? What are you going to be doing with all this time with your dogs? Because it's still like a learning process. You know, like most of the great sports people, you know, like the Williams sisters, Tiger Woods, even LeBron, Kobe, you know, even Jordan. Look at their growth. You know, everybody always has somebody that inspires them. You know, something that makes you want to be, you set a goal for yourself. See, dogs can't think and do the things, you know, like human beings. You have to nurture that dog. You have to introduce that dog to new environments, new things, because when they're young, it's easier for them to adapt to things that they're going to learn. And it takes, you know, you, the contractor, the person, the builder, to make sure all these things are done. And again, like I said, it's not an easy task, but you see the fruits of your labor as time goes on. You know, you get a chance to see all that hard work come to fruition when you actually come time to put it to work. For me, I think the leveling up process is always going to be on the amount of time and work that you put in based on whatever process you choose to take, and the success of your work based on the performance that it is able to obtain based on your purpose. See, those things matter when you're building something. Remember, we started with a foundation that didn't have nothing on it. But as you build, you know, your level of how you building is supposed to get better. Remember, everything closer to the foundation has to be strong anyway. You can have a strong foundation, but the shit you put on it is weak. So everything that you're building from that point up is going to be shitty anyway. That's why it's important when you set the foundation. You got to make sure that first group got to be as strong as the foundation that it's standing on, because that's where all the work begins. That's the beginning of everything, and everything that you put on that is supposed to become better, because the bigger you get with what you're building, the more shit that's going to come along with it. And in that process, you have to grow. Each and every level, you have to grow. Every level is going to be different. Competition is going to be different. Work's going to be different. Breeding program's going to be different. Because it's hard to just say, I'm going to just breed everything that's on the yard. Well, that only works if your first intention was, when you first created the foundation and you made that first breeding. I mean, unless you have a father on the yard, basically and everything that you do is going to be brother, sister, or brother back to mother, or something like that. But those things are very crucial as you level up. The hardest thing for people to actually do that, and I say, and I can speak to this based on experience. We've been, you guys, we've been there before. We didn't just come in, smashing what we thought we were smashing because we had the dogs, but because the quality of our dogs was better than what we were. So yeah, I put that out there because it was true. Can't take nothing away from the dogs. Can't blame nothing on the dogs. But experience is what made the changes. The different from Boils to Snooty, to Eli, to Roscoe, all the different breedings prior to, when we finally found something that was more, how would I say that? When you're building something, you're always looking for another way of making it better. And that's why I give my big shots out to my KP and old bro, James Pope, and Ohio Cash, because those are people who had a big influence on the learning curve, the building process, understanding why you're doing what you're doing, what to expect, what you're looking for prior to you doing that. See, I had some real serious people, when it came to this game. That's why we always pushing that sometimes it pays to just listen. If you just listen, you'd be surprised at how much information that you can take in compared to, well, you're trying to talk to somebody and then, they come back with so-and-so said this and I was told to do this like this. That's hard to tell, to be around anybody who's got great dogs on their yard and you're talking about somebody else or what somebody else, that somebody else really don't have anything to do with it. That's why it's always just better to take in the information that you're getting from certain people, even you might agree or it might be something or you disagree with, but hear them out. Because most of the time, anytime that somebody's trying to help you, I'm pretty sure the only reason that you will even thinking about listening to them is because they have something to show for the body of work that they have put in, which make them worthy of listening to. I think one of the hardest things is that you learn in this game is to know when it's time to just fold and, crazy it might sound, start over. The reason I say it's hard because remember when we went from the Carolina dogs to the Ohio dogs to jumping completely outside of all of that and going a totally different way. Those type of changes, they didn't happen instantly. They generally happen through trial and error. We didn't breed judo. We weren't the ones who bred blood and BA and solo and bruiser. We didn't breed ratchet. See, all them dogs in the very beginning, we didn't do those breedings. Crybaby and Dusty and Lil Bosco and all them dogs, they came, after, the learning, when I say the learning process, they came basically after we were in the box. So now we're doing, we don't level up our game as far as the box because we're taking the dogs that we didn't breed, the Bloods and the BAs. So now we're learning the box game. So look at all the things that has to come along with that, the conditioning, the getting them right. That's time in itself. But all this and the big, nutshell of things is it's all about a leveling up process. If you're not growing based on the things that you're doing, then you can find yourself into this game 10, 15, 20 years and don't have nothing to show for it. A whole lot of stories, but nothing to show for the body of work and the time that you have put in. And we know there's a lot of that out there. There's a lot of that out there. But the key to the leveling up process is taking advantage of time by utilizing the things that you learned from the very beginning and be consistent. Being consistent with the breeding program, being consistent with the upkeep, being consistent with everything associated with where you started at from your foundation to when you laid that first block to when you started creating your own dogs. Because when it all comes down to it, 3 years done passed and everything that's sitting there after 3 years is yours. Not performance. Purpose. You found the purpose. Now, let's talk about the performance. At what time do you just stop and take your say, no, this is not going to work? I've seen some guys back in our day, 6, 7 years, 5 shots at the box, sometimes more, and just could never get over the hump. But kept trying, kept learning. And you would think, okay, so what was their biggest hold up? If you wanted to sit down and talk to some of them guys, because I've talked to them, a lot of them, dealt with them, a lot of them, and just was honest about, first thing you got to do is be honest to yourself. A lot of guys put a lot of time and a lot of work into what they're doing, and then they just, they so invested in it that they don't want to see it fail and don't even give it a chance to fail. Because nowadays it's easier to talk a good game than to be playing the real game. It was like that back in the day too. I'm not going to say it's just something that's now. It's just more obvious now simply because we have so much social media and everything's out there, and you get a chance to hear a lot of people talking a lot about everything. But from back in our time, that was kind of hard to do, because whether you was on the first level and you say you right there in the neighborhood, well, sometimes that neighborhood could be a very vicious neighborhood, because you got so many great dog men. Like, we come from areas, and just imagine what that Detroit area was like. I'm not even talking about Kalamazoo and Saginaw. I'm just talking about just Detroit alone. All the competition was in there, and you got to climb up through that madness. How are you going to get out of that? And the competition is, way above your level, and it's hard for you to get to that level because you have to deal with that type of situation. I loved them type of situations because you had a chance to actually check your performance based on where you were at. And if the competition was there, yeah, it was always a pleasure to see what you look like against the big guys. You know, for us, like I said, our big break came when we fought the Legion of Doom on a big show. You know, that's, you know, for us, it wasn't what judo and them were doing, because in BA and blood, it was that the top kennel for that area for us was the Legion of Doom. And it's to be able to test put your work against, you know, people that you look so highly of, and them giving you that opportunity on a stage is bigger than life. You know, that's what you kind of felt like when you got, first of all, when you get the opportunity, and then the time that everything goes down, you know, your confidence level is on an all-time high because you put in that work in that time. So yeah, I understand completely what that feels like, because I've been through it, was a part of it. And maybe that's what drove us even more, because we wanted to stand, you know, beside our peers. You know, we wanted to be able to say, we have more than just this. And when you working to be on that type of level, you're only duplicating everything that the people did that's on that type of level. You're going to take the same hardships, the same ups and downs along the way, because again, what I say, it takes time and experience. Some things don't happen overnight. Before you know it, man, 10 years have been went by, you know, and you don't have nothing to show for it. I can't say we let 10 years go by, because we were already moving at a fast pace, simply because of the people that we were around. And so if you paid close attention, as these 3 years that we have been talking about this, our ability to come up in this game was always going to be based around the people that we were around. Look at the level of the people we're around. I said it again. Look at the level of the people that we were associated with. They got great dogs. Start right there. They got great dogs. We don't have great dogs yet. We want great dogs like they got great dogs. How do we know they got great dogs? Because I'm looking at their great dogs. I'm watching. I'm a part of something that I'm up here where they're on a different level than I am. And can I really say that I can get out there and play on that level? Well, hell yeah. Because that's the only way we were ever going to find out. But we still had to do the same things that everybody else was doing. That we had to create the foundation. We had to create that first level of dogs. And then when we jumped up on that second level, you know, start getting a little bit of attention. You know, but then when you jump on that level, you know, it might be just a little bit over your head. Like when we went and took judo into my boy Jeffro, that champion red dog he had. That's the stupid shit you do. That's what the big head part gets you done. You know, you think it was, when you don't know no better, you think it's real simple, and you just made another man's job easy. but it's a part of the learning process. But can I say that I was in the same mind frame when we did judo for the first time the right way? When I say the right way, remember we had to bring him back out. And the dog we brought him back out on was a 2-time winner going first championship. And it wasn't Jughead. Jughead was his second time out. Judo's second time out, but his first time out. I think that was in Buffalo. I believe, yeah, in Buffalo. And here's a dog that they already know got a loss, but Twins bringing this dog right back out. But now we're going in. We didn't lower the competition. We went after bigger competition. Why? Because we started out, going into a big dog man like Jeffro was. Okay. That shot, that shoots your morale down because you really didn't know what you thought you knew. So all your boys come in, like Hal Cash and them, they step up their game, and they put you on the right track. And then they the ones that's actually putting you in a situation where, okay, you don't go backwards, you're out here now. Do right by the dog. Remember, that's the purpose. Do right by the dog. That was their main thing. You miss one day, you're done. When you got people to stand behind you and hold you accountable, and then you make it all the way to that day, and then you win, they're going to be happy for you. You're going to be happy for yourself. That's the encouraging thing about, willing to put in the work. It ain't always about just sitting back there talking. Had a whole lot to do with actually putting in the work. Were we trying to level up? Yes. Because when we stepped out there, we always thought we thought we knew what we were doing, but we didn't. But because of the people who were around and the learning and that learning curve, okay, still got to remember, these are not dogs that we bred in the beginning. These are dogs that other people bred that were doing all this. So at some point, we was winning with them. I would say, we leveled up, but then once we leveled up to a point to where now we're going in to like big kennels and winning, that means now we just opened the door to other people that's on higher levels that's going to be looking to put your shit to the test. And that's where I feel like the leveling up process comes from, because you don't have to look to level up. Sometimes it's mandatory that you have to level up. Yeah, you can keep beating on people in the neighborhood, but that's going to bring people that's outside the neighborhood to come put your shit to the test. Now, you'll be ready to deal with that. That's why I'm always a fan of competition. Competition is always, it's a must if you want to, run a gauge on how good your work is. And you keep hearing me always refer back to your work, because actually you have made all the decisions. You have put in all the work. Competition only gives you the opportunity to show you and others, your work. Now, some people don't get as serious as others. Okay. I had new guys was actually going out buying dogs. And I think Mo told you a couple stories, about the one guy who went and bought the dog from, can't even remember who it was, and they bought him by, and he wanted to see whether, I think it was James Crenshaw he bought the dog from. Who was it? It was Wetzel, right? Yeah. Didn't he own that Solution dog? He owned that Champion Solution. Yeah, he bought the dog to buy the house. and he wanted to see what this dog would look like against a champion. Now, by this time, Pretty Mama's retired. But, you know, if you really want to see what this dog can do, then put it on. And that's just one of them things where you be like, just because you got this dog from so-and-so don't mean that this dog is supposed to be all that. And it kind of like broke his heart. Almost in a, like he was really mad. You know, and I think the part that really made him mad was when he seen the dog ready to stop. Like we seen the dog ready to stop. He was ready to pick the dog up. No, you came over here to see something. You might as well go ahead and let it happen, Captain. Because she's going to quit. And we're going to make sure before you walk out of here that you're going to see her quit. Now, I don't know if you're going to run back and get your money. But the thing is, you came over here with your intentions, thinking that you was going to beat up this bitch, and you got your shit mauled. And then you just paid for this bitch to just quit. Now, that's that part when you be like, you're trying to level up and jump to a level that you didn't even work toward. You just took somebody's word and you ran with it. You put yourself in a situation to where the results was not going to look good for you. Now, I don't call my boy, I don't call him, you know, it wasn't never meant to make him feel bad. It was just one of them situations you could have went and tried this on any and everybody or all these dogs on the yard. But you literally you picked that bitch. And the only reason I know he picked that bitch because Mama, she wasn't one of the killers. I mean, she was a killer, but she wasn't that killer like the other ones that was out there. Mama, she would bully you up and then smash you and then take you out. So I guess he thought he had one that was going to go in there and put Mama to the test. But remember, the harder you fought Mama, the faster Mama was going to destroy you. So he really did have a good bitch, but he should have tried that bitch on something else other than that bitch. Because little dog, you know, the big bitch came in and she was working, but all that did was create her downfall so much faster that did he walk away from, you know, he ended up, the dog ended up quitting. He ended up taking the dog home. You know, I can't remember if he ever saved face with that shit or not. But from my understanding from what Mo told me, I think he said he did take the dog back to where he got it from. But that's what I call trying to level up too fast. Because first of all, I don't think he had enough time with the dog for the dog to he just never really gave the dog a chance, basically. You know, because there was no reason. The dog didn't have no reason to be over there dealing with a 3-time winner at all. And an old 3-time winner at that. But those are some of the mistakes that people make because they're trying to level up. They're trying to thinking just somebody's really going to sell you a real good dog. And that's something else in the game. There's been many guys in this game who have leveled up going out buying good dogs. Okay. But that was their way of being in this game. No, I'm not going to be breeding shit. They got the money to go buy a 2-time or 3-time winner, and that money, fellas, be good enough to where, yeah, these people gonna sell you that. If the price is right, you gonna get it. If the price is right, they're going to sell it. And there was a whole lot of that in the game. So you can't get mad at the man who's going around buying up these dang champions and turning up and making them grand champions. Shit, that's just the nature of the beast. So they didn't have to worry about dealing with puppies and, getting knocked upside the head or anything. They let everybody else go through that process, and they come in with enough money to snatch that up under your feet, and they'll take it from there. I take my hat off to them guys who was like that. They had the bank to do it. They had the ability to pull it off. And that was just another one of the part of the game to where, you don't have to start off with nothing to create something. You just have enough money to go buy something and work it from there. But it has its downfalls too. Like the young boy who beat Noriega when Noriega got beat. That's one of them situations where he went.
You talking about the young boy that had Noriega?
Yeah. You take that was a bad situation. If you had didn't know nothing about the dog, didn't know nothing. I mean, he just thought he could just take this dog and just go out and try to beat one of the baddest motherfuckers out there. And the dog would have been better off stayed in the man he bought it from. It'd been easier to just go ahead and buy the dog and let this man do what he'd been doing. Because the person who actually bought the dog was green as fuck. But he thought because he had the money, buy the dog, he could do what everybody else was doing, and that turned out to be, not true. But it's the level of the process, fellas. It's all about. Remember, we always tell y'all there's levels to this game. When I tell you, say it's levels of the game, that's not to put anybody down. But there are really levels to this shit. Whether it's wall climbing, treadmill racing. I mean, even in the box, my people in the basement, they understand, that, understand what you're working with and understand where you at. And just remember, and when it comes to competition, everybody's trying to tell you this is class A, this is class B, or class C. When you walk into these dog shows, you don't know how many times this dog been put in front of people and how many times this dog been judged, or you don't know unless, there's something out there that tells you that, yeah, that certain dog is 20 points away from picking up his championship, APBT type of shit, you know what I mean? And I see people throw that around sometimes, but you notice how when they have champions and grand champion judging, to become a grand champion, you're going to be judged against other dogs in the same category. I think they judge champions, all champions, and then, that's where you get your points for your grand championships, but it won't be against the one-time winner or none of that shit. You're going to be on a level of dogs that fits the same criteria that you are. So you're going to be judged the best against the best. That does matter, even in that type of competition. That's confirmation, and they do it no different than what we were doing. If you're going to be you're going to have a champion, you just want to at least be able to go into another champion, or one that's trying to be a champion, or you got a 4-time winner and you trying to pick up your grand championship. You want to either go into a 4-time winner or a grand champion. You want something that's going to certify you. We never got lucky enough to get a champion. Well, we did. We went after Tommy Boy, but I think Mama might have been a champion going for her grand championship. Was it Mama?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're talking about
Yeah. Yeah, she did be the champion going for the grand championship. They didn't have her marked as the champion. We didn't know she was a champion at the time. But that dog was going for the grand championship. That was Mama's third fight. But that just because you were picking up the different types of caliber of dog men and dogs that's the only way we were gonna really see what we really had. So understanding when we be talking about leveling up is not to put anybody down. There are levels to any and everything you do in this game. And each one of them levels that you achieve, you're going to achieve over time. Because it's easier to be on a certain level and look back and be able to have something to talk about compared to putting yourself on a level and don't have nothing to talk about. And see, that's where I find, where you start throwing out the level shit, which makes things so obvious nowadays, because I hear people been in these dogs 10 and 15, even 20 years, and can talk about almost every dog on the yard, but can't talk about nothing on the yard ever done. Or, that right there kind of gets you to like, well, there's a lot of guys who's been in this dog game who never achieved certain statuses. Okay. But there's a lot of guys in this game that you never hear about. Like the old man who was breeding Satan and all them. And got to remember, Satan, Luther, and all them motherfuckers come from one old man. Never knew nothing about him. Wasn't open to selling shit. If you was a good dog man, you could get the dogs. Mo told you how he found them when he seen Satan and Timex and all them. They was mean ass dogs, but they was all living together. But them goddamn dogs, man, they turned out to be everything and the truth. But could you just actually look at the dogs and how they were, to think that these would turn out to be them type of dogs? No, by looks you couldn't. But if you paid attention to what the old man had been breeding, think about why are we even here? The man got a history of producing some badass dogs. So it wasn't up to the old man to bring out what was in the dogs. It was out to the people he was giving the dogs to. So who was creating the level? Was the old man creating the level? No, all the old man was doing was producing the product. He had a good goddamn product. He wasn't boxing them dogs. He wouldn't know what the hell they were going to act like. He knew that was a family of dogs that he knew he had bred over the years. And we definitely take y'all back to show you what it all looked like, because it's still part of history. But goddamn, you could take his dogs and level up quick. That's why the man became so successful, because the people with his dogs became successful. Now, there was a lot of guys who possibly could have had the same chances that we had, but the only reason we had a chance to be able to do the things we were able to do because of the people that we were around. See, the most important thing about this leveling up situation is your level is going to only be as high as you set it. If you jump out there real quick, I think you got what it takes to get there, and happen to take that headshot, a lot of guys be discouraged. Even some of the big guys, we all have to take them headshots, because we're always looking to do the impossible. When I say the impossible, come on now. Tornado had 10 wins. Barracuda had 9. I mean, come on, how many? I mean, who? Yeah, the queen had 8. I mean, just think about them. How many times these people felt like they had to go beat these dogs? You know, that's when you just taking the swing, and at least you can just, if you lose, well, you just became one of her losses or one of their losses. You know, can't take nothing away from a person who's took a shot. You know, much respect to the losers. I always say that. Got to at least respect the loser. You know, even in our situation. One time winner going after a bitch was going for her grand championship. Was we stepping out of our league? No. Never felt like we were stepping out of our league. We had been around enough dogs enough time, and this was our breeding, that we felt we was at that point in our life that, yeah, we could take that risk. Now, did the traveling get us? Well, yeah, because we never traveled out of the country. But as far as the level of competition, that never changed. Why? Because we were dealing with a different level of dogs from what we were dealing with in the beginning. And that is where I feel the leveling up process is not something that happens overnight. When you have a yard full of champions, and, you know, just to have 2 or 3 champions on your yard, or say maybe 2 champions, and then that's your breeding program, and it's over there, and there's more champions. I mean, there's just things that push you to a different level. Why? Because you bred it. You started it, you bred it, and it will continue to do what it was doing for you in other people's hands, which means they're going to come in based on the level that you placed them in. If you're placing your dogs and you got a champion, and now you just selling dogs to be selling dogs, and you might be one of them kind of dogs that have 39 sheets, you know, 39 offsprings, and maybe one time winner out the bunch, you know. And then you have them ones like, you know, Mo do, and don't nobody get dogs with, you know, certified dog men. And then boom, you get ROMs and shit and PORs and shit. You know what I mean? You got to understand, when you're dealing with, when you level up in your game, it's important that you level up and you represent your dogs based on who you're putting your dogs in the care of, because that actually changes a lot. That makes things a little bit more different, because remember when we started with that blank foundation and we laid that first brick, we done built up to a certain level that now we're dealing with nothing but the executive suite. You know, most of the time the executive suite is basically the penthouse that sits at the very top of the building. You know, just all how many floors you got in the building. And we always told y'all we were nowhere close to the people, our mentors. But just to be maybe up there on the 8th or 10th floor, you know what I mean, on a 15-story building ain't bad. And that's how I kind of look at it, because, you know, they got us before we, you know, when they took them dogs, they got us basically almost at the right time, because that new batch was better than, you know, the dogs, any other dogs we ever had before. They were young, but they had everything going for them. And to bring that up, you know, 25 years later, I still see a dog. Again, I said it at the show. There's a dog that was in the show that we judged, in Whiteville, Virginia, confirmation show. There was, bottom half was a going hard dog. And this thing, that was the only dog that came out of that monster. What we felt that monster breedings that we had. And to know that Nico Storm was the only dog that Mo had let get off the yard out of that bunch. And even she turned out to be a goddamn producer. So, sometimes you don't see those type of things. And it's like I said, there's a lot of dogs that got off the yard that didn't seem to work in our hands, but worked great in other people's hands. Is that because we had set a higher standard to what we were going to be feeding? Yes. See, there's a lot that comes when you're trying to level up, because remember, change spaces become valuable. In the beginning, that it doesn't really matter. But as you level up, it really starts to matter. You know what I'm saying? Because you got pretty much everything right based on the amount of time you've been in the game and your experience. You're going to look at things a little bit more different. And you're going to understand you can't keep it all. And that, again, all depends on your purpose. So I'm a fan of trying to just have that discussion, because I hear so many people still talking about the papers, and we all understand, the dog make the papers don't make the dog. Okay, that's just one small part. At what point do you start blaming and looking at the contractor, the dog man? I call it, for me, I look at, when I say contractor, that's the person in charge. That's the man responsible for building the building and everything that comes with it. In our business, we call them general contractors, because they, anything under them, we just subcontractors. I'm the AC guy, so I'm a subcontractor to the general contractor, because he's the one responsible to make sure that everybody that's coming in, the subcontractors, everybody, he's responsible for making sure that building goes up. Well, that's the same way the kennel thing works. If you're going to be the contractor, you're going to be the man making all the decisions. You're going to be the one responsible for the success of your yard. There's a lot of responsibility that comes to that. And you owe people a lot when you sell people bullshit and you feel like you don't own shit. I think that's the worst part of the game. People be out rolling dogs and that dog quit, and then you turn around and go sell that dog to somebody else. How could you do that? Did you tell them that it quit already? No, they don't tell them none of that. There was only a couple of people who knew it quit, but then they'll throw that, jump right out there and then make that, somebody else's headache. And that's up on the higher levels of the game, fellas. The low level shit, it happens around the neighborhood. Word, in the neighborhood, word, it passes fast, But when you out there, you're doing it the way we was doing. We didn't just roll. When we left the yard, we left the yard. When we left the yard, we left the yard to check our shit on other people's. All right, we already know we good enough to get off the yard. Now we can go beat up on other people's yards. And that's just beating up on yards. That's not even competition at that point. That is us taking a look at what we got off the yard. And if we got to travel to get that done, hell, we do that. Didn't have no problem doing that. Load a couple of them up and take off, and we're going to be rolling the weekend. Go show him how you got some shit up there. I know he can put this shit to the test. See, your way of thinking changes after you've been in this game long enough. Now, I take that based on experience, and I listen to other dog men talk, and I listen to their stories. And I ain't seen one that came right into the game and just was sitting on top of the world. I just never knew one of them. But I understood the process. I think we all understood the process. Just like I know you guys, a lot of you guys understand the process. Yeah, we all agree that there's levels to this shit. But we have to start paying attention to when we start saying levels. Okay, basketball have different levels. Is that why we got the pros and then we got the D League? Is that the type of level we talk about? Because that's the type of level I'm talking about. You good enough to make the D League and get a paycheck, but you ain't good enough to make the big leagues to get the big paycheck. We're going to put you down here and we're going to let you work a little bit harder. And then as you work, you come up. I think we got that in basketball. I also think we got that in baseball. And I think the baseball call it the minor leagues. Boxing is more like, for us, the level of competition. You know what I mean? You're going to, your ranking going to be based on not how many times you win, but do you deserve to be up here fighting for a title? That's what I be talking about, the levels. When you get in that top 10, you might be 10 on the list, but you think you're going to go from 10 to the number 1 spot? Like you're just going to jump over 2, 3, 4, and 5? No, you're going to go from 10 to 6. You take out 6, you might get from 6 to 3. But you get up around that 3 mark, maybe and only maybe, depending on how bad you beat up the opponent on your way up the ladder, I could possibly see you getting that, leveling up for that championship run. But then remember how all that worked in stages. That's how this dog game worked. Very seldomly did you have them monsters like Jigga and Luther and Pandy and May that just came right in and just destroyed everything that you put on them. Brat, these dogs just literally destroyed everything that you put on them, where you were forced to, I wouldn't say pick and choose, but you were forced to try to make competition harder the next time around. I mean, how much harder can you make this competition? Well, only way we're gonna find out is just lock it up and see. I thought that was the biggest joy I got out of damn near 30 years in the game, is the ability to play on a level where the competition was worthy of talking about. And if you just listen to what I just said, we had the pleasure of being around people who was on that higher level of competition, which forced us to deal with the higher level people to be able to maintain the ability to even compete with that kind of competition. And I think we need to put more emphasis on how that's possible, because we all understand there's levels. It's just accepting the level that you're on. See, every time we leveled up is because of the people that we were beating. That right there it played a major part into a lot of our success, because if we're playing on a higher level and we're going after competition on a higher level, there's some people out there who don't want to take that risk of losing their spot on that level just because you showed up on the level. You know, like to me, it should have been never should have ever been a reason why somebody wouldn't want to pay the lockup and then get there and say, oh, that's the twins and them, you know, they don't want to do it. That's so and so. I don't want to do it. Like that to me was the most craziest thing. First of all, for it to happen, and it happened more than once. But you have people in the game who really thought like that. But then I can't really hate on them, because I remember Mo saying, you know, I'll fight anybody as long as it ain't Pandy. Because Mo, he was determined that, you know, wasn't nothing gonna beat Pandy. You know, that's why he says to this day that is still one of the baddest bitches he ever seen in his life. Because it just didn't seem, you know, if you really had to see the dog to just understand. Luther was another dog like that. If Luther puts his mouth on you, you're done. Jigga, another dog like that. I speak on these dogs because these dogs wind up being like, of course, Luther was a 7-time winner. But the only reason they was going after Luther because they just could not believe that this dog will bite you one time and kill you. Oh, I got something. I got something to put something on it. Well, yeah, until he bites you, and then what? Jigga the same way. Jigga was a 4-time winner, never could pick up his grand championship because wasn't nobody going to him. Well, who's going to go into a dog that killed everything he put his mouth on? I think that was Pandy's problem. You know, these are dogs that were just so goddamn good that just even the people on that level knew better too. It just don't pay. Because I know I don't have anything out there to deal with that type of shit. See, that's when you get on a level to where you can just accept that type of shit and say it boldly and honestly, then, you know, I have all the respect in the world because you're being honest. But don't be once, you know, she ducking me. Because we already done seen how that shit worked before too. No, they ain't ducking you. You just duck them because they looking for your ass and shit. You go now. You getting mad because they at your door. You done got so big that you can't even answer the door. You scared to answer the phone? What? Why don't you just say it, man? Just tell them, no, I can't fuck with her. What was wrong with that? No, there's a whole lot wrong with that because you're eagle in the way. See, that's the biggest part of this game that you guys have to really pay close attention when we talk about this thing, because this game never was built on people's egos. Because the louder you scream, the more attention you was going to get. And that was just the name of the game. The more wins you thought you could get, somebody else was going to always feel like they could beat you. Until you just had them ones where they just accepted the fact. And you know, you got to have a badass dog for the game to accept that you just can't be beat. And there's a lot of dogs in the history of the game, you know, that have had some phenomenal wins, but they wasn't unbeatable. Think about some of the great losses. You know, some of the great losses might be a little bit thing, you know, some stories behind them. Like, I think, again, if Angus had showed up going into Jeep instead of Homer, Angus would have killed Jeep. Now, that's just my opinion. Because Homer gave him one hell of a fight. But then you got to think about the kind of dog Homer was. Was Jeep the right kind of dog? Well, evidently he was. They went almost 4 hours. You know, and I don't think.
I would do it too to keep things safe.
Yeah, Homer had a lot of issues prior to getting there. But then Angus, if it don't be for the yard accident, I can't really say why that shouldn't have, couldn't have, or should have happened, because again, you got to know the story to see, to understand. $10,000 lockup is a whole lot to be losing for not showing up. That's like you just giving some money away, and that's the type of situation they put Homer in. Don't give him the lockup. Just bring a dog. That's that's kind of a messed up situation, because Homer wasn't completely, ready for that situation. But who am I to sit here and tell you that he wasn't the right dog when he was the dog that took up the battle, and he showed well. Does that take anything away from Jeep? No. Because what can you say about a dog to do 4 hours? I don't give a damn how much they lay around and all that other shit. But hey, still took a lot. Here, I'm running down through this shit here. Let me get up on some of my peoples out here. I see a lot of my people popping up in here. And I don't want to make sure I don't forget anybody. Let me see. Key small time. Live your life, dogs. I see you. What up, fam? Mr. John Dembry in the house. What up, bam? Big shout out to Mr. Gene Harris in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. I got you. I'll take care of you. Let's see if I can do it from here. I can do it from there. My man, bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Despo in the house. What up, fam? My man, Walnut PA in the house, representing. What up, bam? Yo, SBC, I see you, fam. My man, Mr. Vernon Starr in the house. What up? DB3, aka Big Ben. What up, fam? Big shout out to CPK, American Pitbull Terry Kennels in the house. Yo, what up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Jason Harris, representing the 504. What up, fam? My man, Mr. John Johnson. What up, fam? My man, Cool Bean 1203 in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Mr. Uncle Willie Kennel in the house. Uncle Willie, what up, fam? Big shout out to RBG Lone Wolf in the house. What up, fam? World Eagle Yard Boy, a.k.a. Eli Monsters in the house. What up, fam? What else I got here? I like this one right here. My man, Cool Bean said, yes, sir. I plan on traveling next year and taking heads off. LOL. Got some pups that will be 2 next month, and they will make a name for me. I feel you, Cool Bean, because ain't nothing like, when you putting in that work and that time, that confidence level be up there, because you put in that work, ain't nothing left to do but to show what that work be like, fam. When you have that energy and you doing it all the right way, that's that anxiety attack, because you can't wait. I can't wait till they see this shit here. Talking to City Kennels, what up, fam? I feel you on that, man. You can't wait. That little time passed by so fast, man, but I tell you what. when you finally get what you're looking for, you know, it makes all that time worth it. The thing is, take that moment and know that you got so much more time ahead of you. And you can never fall off from that point. You should never fall off from that point, because once you do it, you know how to get it done. Once you do it, you know what it's supposed to look like. It's no way in the hell until time and age take over. Like, I don't know how long LeBron think he can keep doing what he's doing, but you know, my man Tom Brady, he put in enough time to do what he kept doing, you know. So, you know, time, you know, it's funny like that. But some people who just got what it takes to withstand the test of time, these bulldogs, man. You know, when Earl Tudor died, I know that man, there's no way, based on the stories that you hear and how he felt on his, you know, in his last days about how the game treated him. You know, that he would still have such high honors into what these dogs actually became, just based on the work that him and Kobe and Lightning and all them old guys, this is their work. You know, this was their work. We are just continuations of something that they did. They started. And it just goes on down the line. And then the greatest part of this whole story is the fact that, you know, wouldn't it be nice if people could talk about your shit? You know, I always cheese every time I, you know, pick up Fat Bill's book and see Pretty Mama and Brad in there. I wonder why we don't have more stories on dogs like Mikey. You know, Mikey took out a badass dog. Or Judo. And Bruiser. Bruiser took out a goddamn champion that I still hear people always talking about, but they never speak of that loss. I know about Champion Thor, but I never seen Thor's loss. Well, I think it's the same damn Thor the Bruiser beat. But we was too young in the game to really understand what that really meant. That's probably why they got away with it. But now, after being in the game, you know, and as time kind of look back on that, you say, you know what, I bet you they never reported that one. But they had enough people in there, enough people was there to see it. But we was too dumb to even know what we had even done that day. We just thought it was just another dog. Big shout out to my man, Guy Colston in the house. What up, fam? He says, what's going on, twins? Guy repping PBK and the Yellow Dogs. Okay. Let me see. My man SBC said, yeah, they should have picked up Homer 10K or not. Yeah. But, you know, after a while, you know, in this game, I've seen crazier things, you know. You know, I've seen some people that I'd be wondering why, you know, you up here, you up in the big leagues now. You ain't got a chance. Why are you still thinking, or is it that, I don't even call it thinking. I'm not going to touch that part, because I'm going to let Mo touch that, because he has more insight on when he's in that box and he's dealing with a person who just totally lost. No, he ain't got no way of winning. And how do you convince that person, man, you being cruel? You know, because I've seen that happen too. You know, they just think they're going to get this big, great comeback. Or like the one time that we did get into a fight where dude just picked his dog up and slammed it at our show. I just lost it, because when you had a chance to stop, that dog didn't have a chance. And for you to treat that dog behind your stupidity, now beat a mud hole in this dude because to me, I think it was that sickening that we had, we got people out there like that because that's not the dog. Dog probably put all it can do. At some point, I looked at the videos, and I'm going to speak on this while I got you guys here. If you look at the videos from the confirmation store, you see some dogs that you're standing there and you're taking a clip and you see them and they just standing there looking at each other. But what y'all didn't see is these dogs had been like this from all day. Imagine dogs barking and ran up each other and going through this shit the whole entire day. But people take this little one clip while they both standing there and they looking at each other and nobody's really, you take that and say them it's like two curs. Well, if I knew people judge dogs based on a clip or something that they see, imagine what you would see in real life when you had a dog like Pandy who didn't come out the corner. And you just showed that one picture of Pandy, that one little video, release the dog and her standing there. And what are you going to do? All of a sudden she goes, well, she a cur. But if you had to let the video play a little longer, you would have seen that dog you thought was a cur was a killer. Because once she got started, all hell was fitting to break loose. Now, I take that back to when you see them two dogs stand up there looking at each other, I was out there with them. A dog can get so riled up and then, you ain't letting him have what he wants. And he just be daring, they stand there looking at it, I wish your ass would. Just get me just a little bit closer. That's what I be seeing. Because I just know there wasn't a dog out there that had been going through that all day. Even the one guy thought there was something wrong with his female. And I felt like, man, this female been hot all day. And she ain't been able to put her mouth on that, and she ain't had her little toy to take her frustrations out on. Now, that ain't gonna happen. She just lost interest. But just as soon as they turned that damn dog around and that one dog got close, she went loco. And I would say, see that right there. So you don't give up on them because of something like what you see. You got to just pay close attention why you see it. See, you could have fired her up by letting her do this before she got into the ring. You could have seen that as she was walking in. Her mind wasn't on this. She'd been on at this all day, and she ain't got a chance to put her mouth on nothing. Not even her toy. No nothing. So she's expecting that she's not going to get nothing. So by the time that one dog got a little bit too damn close, she bucked up and she went back to what she was doing earlier. See, it's a lot of things that I just say, I hear people comment on things that they see. Seeing is not always believing. You could take a clip of what somebody say, but you don't show them the whole content of what the conversation was about. You just took this one little part and you're going to ride on that one little part. Like I seen Buck put that thing up there about, yeah, I can beat you up in your house and call the police on you. Hell yeah, that was a true ass statement. Because by law, based on I'm a contractor. You're responsible for me the minute you invite me into your house. And I've had people at some point in time in my career of doing this job that felt like they didn't have to pay, or they didn't want to, they wanted to argue. Well, you can't call my office to have me fired. I always gave them a chance. Call the office. People never knew that I ever owned shit. when I'm in your house. They don't even know that when I'm on the job site. I prefer them to think I'm just one of the workers. They get out there, get us. Hey, I need you to go grab that shovel over there, or take that wheelbarrow and clean that shit, throw that shit in the trash. And I look at them like they're crazy. They don't know me from night from day. But I just act like I don't hear them, because the stupid ones, they always want to go a little bit further. Well, I told him to go do this and do that. And he act like he didn't hear what the fuck I'm saying. And they want to get loud. See, these are experiences, fellas. When it happened on job sites, this happened in people's houses. Things just happen. But then that's just the nature of the job. Dogs is the same way. It's still a business. People still gonna react the way people usually do. But just like in any other type of business, if you mess around and do the wrong thing, you're gonna pay. And if I happen to be in your house, when you pay, you're not only gonna pay for, what I'm fixing to do to you. You know what I mean? You're gonna pay for put me in this situation. And that's the same way you kind of look at the dog game. All the little tricks of the trade, come in 1.5 pounds or 2 pounds over. We're going to get them that way. Well, only reason you got it that way because somebody agreed to let you have it that way. It wasn't like you came in sticking your chest out and you just going to make me deal with your 2 pounds. You would have been mad as hell if I'd have said no. Give me the lockup and I'm out of here. See, I always felt like that's the proper way of dealing with it. So why we got to worry about going uphill on anything? They didn't come in, wait, get this free money and let's go. All that, you scared? Oh, no, if y'all was scared, then you should have then bought your dog in at the right weight, because that's what we agreed to, and that's why we ain't doing it. I mean, that's, I've seen people argue that point. Like that point is ridiculous. That's just more sneaky shit that you ain't gonna get away with it. You really want it bad enough? Come on, wait, and believe me, I'm gonna beat your ass either way. But now that you want to come in overweight, if it's gonna be a next time, it's gonna be double the lockup. Because your stupid ass you're stupid enough to try it. Now, if you think it's gonna work again, let's double the lockup. Maybe this time we will guarantee your ass come in on weight. But that's just me and how I dealt with shit. But it's, like they said, that's like the norm. That's like the new rub thing now. You do that type of shit, But that's the nature of the beast. I'll just leave it like that. Let me see. My man Cool Bean said, got to know all the facts to form an intelligent opinion. Cali Jack taught me that. And I think he's taking a California Jack. Well, Cool Bean, you're absolutely right about that. I mean, that's why, I always say handle the dogs like a real business. If you handle it like a real business, a lot of the things that you're going to go through, you can prevent. A lot of things that you go through, you can prevent. Because most of the time when you a man of principle doing business, there's not too much that can get by you. And if you handle these dogs like that, it's going to take more than just what them papers look like. It's going to take more than what you're just trying to sit here and tell me. And I say that because if I was doing business and you telling me I can go do this and I can do that, and I'm looking to hire you, do I believe everything that you're saying enough that I will hire you? Well, yeah, I'm going to give you a chance, but don't be here's your chance to prove that you are who you say you are. Because you are that much closer to being out of here based on you lied. Because you're not who you said you are. But if I see some potential in you, I might be able to work through it with you. But I got to see something there that will make me want to, being that you're not who you said you were. See, when you running shit, you are responsible for a lot of things. And most of the time, the people who was running these kennels, they were responsible for a lot of decisions made based on the kennel. You know, we had a lot of, you know, me, Mo, Ben, KP, proteges. Everybody had they had a lot to do with a lot of the things that led to the success of everybody. But a lot of it had to do with the decisions that were being made. Some of them, you know, turned out to be bad decisions, but, you know, everybody goes through that in business. Everybody goes through that in dogs. But this game was never meant to be boys, you know. It's what we called it was always a gentleman's sport. In the very beginning, it was a gentleman's sport, you know. And just because times have changed, the gentleman part of it never really ever left the game. People might have changed over time, but the gentleman part of the game was always supposed to be a part of what made the game. And only true people to the game really understand what that means. And the only way you understand what it means, you got to be a part of something to understand that this is the way you do business. And because of the way that other person do business, I choose not to do business with them. And we know that's been in this game since day one. Has always been a part of this game. Hell, Maurice Carver and his damn paper pushing shit. Everybody talk about Maurice Carver and all these goddamn papers, but did it stop him from doing it? No. Why? Because his product was still about that life. So he had all the reasons in the world, especially it was something that he sure as hell couldn't have been hiding, because how you going to hide something that everybody already know? That don't make sense, do it? You're going to go to Maurice's house and he just going to reach in the drawer, grab out some papers, and you're going to walk away with that dog, and it ain't going to even matter. It shouldn't even matter because it came from Maurice, and believe me, you just got to understand why. Because he wasn't on letting everybody know what the hell you was getting, because what would y'all need him for if you could go do what he just done? Y'all ever look at it from that standpoint? You ever look at it why Kentucky Fried Chicken always seemed like it had the Colonel's recipe when it really was never the Colonel's recipe? It was actually somebody else's recipe, and he couldn't afford to let it get out because he paid them not to ever tell nobody this recipe. So that's just a part of the game. So I'm real like funny acting when it comes down to when people say things and, you know, things don't turn out the way they're supposed to be, because it's like in my business, I never consider myself a salesperson because I never really try to sell anybody shit. If you need something, I'm going to tell you what I feel like you need. It's your decision whether you take what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? You might want to put something else there. You know, I might disagree with putting something, but I'm going to do what you asked me to do because you're going to pay me to do it. But I'm going to tell you based on my experience what you need. And I don't know about what he told you, but I can guarantee what I'm telling you. So it's still your decision. I can do either one. It's up to you. So when it all come out bad, then, you know, I ain't going to be running back talking about, well, I told you so. No, I'm going to be like, well, it's paid. You got it now. So you stuck with what you got, and we're just going to have to work from there. But I'm never looking to sell anybody shit. because I'm a terrible salesperson. Because if I don't like something, if I'm not going to buy it, why would I be trying to convince somebody else to buy it just to take their money? I just think that's just bad business. Big shout out to my man, Mr. John Johnson. He said, money talks. World's greatest shortcut, but money will never make you a real dog man. You know, I'm trying to disagree with that statement but I can't. But I've seen money make some real good dog men. All bullshit aside. I think Pro Set was one of them. Can't take nothing away from him. He bought all champions. He was a gambler. You know, did it make him a dog man? In reality, yeah, because he fought dogs. He was a good dog man. He knew what he was buying. He spent the money to get it, and it performed the way he would expect it based on his money. You know, I think Tom's a great dog man. I mean, Tom spends a lot of money to get his dogs back, but he makes a lot of money because of his dogs. Does money make a good dog man? Well, in his case, money does make a good dog man. So yeah, not trying to argue your point, Mr. Johnson. I'm just saying you can look at that one or two ways. You know, there's a good and the bad side, but over the years, I can almost find fault in that statement because I knew a lot of dog men who didn't have nothing but money. You know, and I can say they wasn't good dog men because shit, it's just your money bought the dog, but still, you still took the damn dog out there and won 3 more with the motherfucker. You did that, so who am I to tell you ain't no dog man? I ain't gonna be the one to tell you because you know what you paid for, and you definitely put your money on it, and it came through for you. So can't do nothing but congratulate you on the work, on job well done. What can I say? He wasn't a breeder. Sure might not even been the one that made him a champion. Some people bought him look at Queen. Queen was bought as a champion. Look at Barracuda. He was bought as a champion. I think Luke Kane was bought as a champion. So yeah, money can make a dog man, even if he ain't a dog man. Now that young boy who bought Noriega, yeah, you know, the money bought the dog, but it didn't make him a better dog man because it proved it when it all showed up in the end. So that point is a true point because it don't make everybody a dog man, but some it does because some do have the knowledge to do what they're supposed to do, and money is the reason. They were always a dog man, but they take the shortcut because they damn trying to make a dog. I will go spend the money it take to get one and do the right thing with it and be successful at it. We had them. You know what I'm saying? I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. Where is that at? I seen him. My man, Mr. Johnny Rock is in the house. What up, fam? He said, I'm all in the back of the bus and shit. I used to give up a half a pound if my opponent traveled. Well, bruh, we used to do that too. But you notice when you was doing it for other people, they wasn't doing it for you. And that's what turned me off about that shit. Because remember, that's something that's made ahead of time. That's not something that you come in there automatically look to expect. So it's a difference when it's negotiated prior to. If I ain't talk about it prior to and you traveling, then that means I'm looking you to be at the weight we discussed. At no time did you say, twin, I'm traveling, all these, give me at least a half a pound. And if I could be yay or nay, but that's not a decision I wouldn't make without talking to my people. But that's just one of them situations. Give me the opportunity, to have that discussion. Just don't just think all of a sudden that I'm looking for it or you're looking for me to give it to you. That's just all through negotiation and when that negotiation starts. Remember, I'm always a true fan and understanding, and I'm always going to preach. Man, you handle this shit like it's a business. Don't sneak up on me with no bullshit. Don't think I'm supposed to give you something that we ain't discussed. No, everything's supposed to be discussed, agreed upon, and locked in, and let's get it done. So that's a good one there, Johnny, because, I was hard on them. Because they was always hard on us. I know damn well. I ain't never heard anybody give us shit when it came to weight. Never, ever. All them times. And we traveled a whole bunch and nobody ever gave up shit. I've seen them act crazy over an ounce. So we got to check the goddamn scale 10 times just to make sure this, the dog is an ounce over. Imagine that argument. An ounce. That when you burn the matchstick and stick it up his ass, is that where you just go take him and make sure he's completely empty? I think he can piss out that ounce or they, I seen him shade the damn dog, the hair and get that ounce. So I seen the ounce come off all kind of ways. Shit that I didn't even know was possible. When he started looking for how to get rid of some shit, all because we call the weight and the weight is what it is. Now, people cry over half a pound. You would believe how many people cry over an ounce. So it wasn't no damn secret. They wasn't playing nice out there. The people was about that life. Business is business. But yeah, y'all follow me in here because, hold on, I'm going to do this right quick because my discussion tonight was about leveling up. I'm going to put this link down here and turn it over to Mo. Now, I'm gonna give a big shout out to all my people who show up. Now, I put that link down there, fellas, because I want to hear. I want y'all to tell me how y'all feel about the levels and from where your experience based on your climb and the years that you put into this game and your opinion on how you consider leveling up. Remember, when you talk about leveling up, fella, it's not a wrong or right answer. It's just basically your own experience. You're going to level up regardless of whatever you do in life. You might come in working in the goddamn mail room, but 5 years later, you probably running the whole damn department. I call that's just leveling up. It took some little bit of time, a little bit of work, but you leveled up. So leveling up is not a bad thing. It's just the work that you put in to get there. That's where that's where the conversation falls in. Because then you want to know, well, who did you talk to? Who was your mentor? What did you learn? What are the things that you want to look out for? What are the things that how you want to start? All these are things that I think set for good conversation based on other people's outlook and their views. And I know I got some bulldoggers in here. Johnny, Vernon, Uncle Willie. These are experienced dog men. But I'm going to bring them up. Hey, big shout out to BRB. I see you, fam. But I put that link out there. Y'all can utilize RBG Lone Wolf. What up, fam? Cool Bean. talk in the city. These are people that I know have had the experience and they understand. And I just want you guys to help me out, bringing Mo in here because, he's a great, he is the dog man of dog man when it comes down to leveling up because he always said, Mo, when we first started this thing, man, and we had the web page, Mo had already pre-planned everything. I would think almost 5 years before we actually did it because he talked about how his yard was going to be. He talked about the breedings he was going to make. He made the plan. He drew up the blueprint. When he laid the foundation, he already had the blueprint. And to see it all come into fruition and to see how it all worked out after all these years, it just for us, yeah, you don't really think about it when it's happening, but when you step back and look at it, the whole totality of this whole game, you guys got to understand why we sit here and do what we do on these damn podcasts. Because we trying to actually literally give back from the reality of the game and how we got here. Because we wouldn't have never got here if it don't be for the people who made it possible. That's what we share back to y'all by telling you the truth, showing you these people, hearing their stories, get an understanding why we were able to get what we got out of them and use it to our advantage. These are things that are factual for us to help you look at it a different way from our standpoint. I want people to come and be like us. Share your experience. Share your knowledge. Because if you don't have that inside your package of business when it comes to dealing with these dogs, then your success level is going to be limited. Because I ain't never known anybody to do anything without the customer, without the opponent. You can't be great by doing nothing. You can't be known by doing nothing. That's what I'm saying. So there's nothing wrong with sharing and talking about it. Don't mean that you got to be way up here at a certain level. I think if you got years in this game, I think a lot of you guys have a lot to talk about, to share with people, to move this game forward, or just share the knowledge. I'm just saying, hit that link. I'll be looking for somebody. So on you, Mo.
Because I take our mic, right?
All right, everybody.
What up, y'all? Can y'all hear me? You want to make sure y'all can hear me. What's going on, man? What up, that guy? I see you found. Yeah, I was just sitting back and something came to mind. Carolina Bulldogs. And something came to mind, and I heard somebody say now, who was the Mayday's best dog? Well, I heard them say it was Barracuda. I would kind of agree, but then I thought they didn't say male or females. They said Mayday's best dog. Barracuda was not Mayday's best dog. To me, I think it was Brat, May May, and Chanel. I think they was the best dogs off of Mayday. You wanted to categorize the best dog coming off of Mayday. Them three bitches would fall right in line before any one of those males. Now, anybody want to argue with that? Anybody want to disagree with that? The floor open. Barracuda 1-9. And he was the baddest male out there coming down off of Mayday. I mean, it would be questionable because I would still say Noriega. I would have to put that in there. I would also say Little Mayday. You know, these are the killers. I would have to throw Twisted up in that conversation. I would have to throw 600 in that conversation. You know, he has some good ones. But I'll say good. I would have to say that. And I seen Barracuda a couple times. Barracuda was a bad boy. Man, wasn't nothing like those females. The females was cash money. Ching ching. They was rough. None of them females have an issue. Them females dominated every match I seen one in. She dominated. Dominated. Total domination. I think the females were the better dogs coming off of Mayday. Well, there you go with that dumb shit. Pound for pound, I would have took him and took Champion left there and put Little Mayday on his ass, and Little Mayday would have killed his ass. And he would have probably had him, he would have never made it to dinner. He wouldn't even made it to dinner. So stop talking that, because that's a hell of a lot. Champion Lefty might have been good, but he wasn't no killer. Little Mayday would have killed his ass. See, dogs like Little Mayday and Brat, you talking about killers, they were killers. They were killers. May was a killer. What kind of whooping Mayday? Everybody got their presumptions of what they think could have whooped Mayday. Okay? But get off of him and look at them offspring. He had a whole bunch of them.
Johnny Rocky, that's Mike back there. I'm going to blow on the Melvin cuz I'm blowing the Melvin.
If I'd seen Little Lefty, I would have said that. I would probably called his ass out. Yes, I would have. Because I still don't think he would have been bad enough to whoop Little Mayday. And I don't think if he was a bitch, I know he wouldn't have whooped Brat. That's how much shit I talk about it. See, you should have seen Lil Mayday and you should have seen Black. He wouldn't have last 30 minutes with either one of them.
About
Twisted, and 600. Them dogs would have killed Lefty. Lefty would probably seem good to be in your eyes. But I done seen a whole lot of badasses. A whole bunch of them. Ain't nobody scared of shit out here when it comes to them dogs, bro. You throw a Lefty ass out there, you're going to make him the talk of the night. Nobody's scared of a damn dog out here in my world. What we scared of? What we got to be scared of? The dog putting in the work. I'm just telling you by what I done seen for a fact. I wouldn't give a damn how good Lefty was. Lefty ain't ran into nothing like Brat or Little Mayday or anything close to that. Pound for pound. Them was the baddest dogs to walk the game.
Or we would be talking about it.
Or we wouldn't be even talking about it. You know what I'm saying? These dogs wouldn't be as famous as they are. I can tell about a whole bunch of badass dogs. If you'd have put Lefty on Stein, he would have got murked. You'd have put a Lefty on Grand Champion Stubby, he would have got murked. You would have put him on just Miles Davis alone, he would have got murked.
It's like Michael said.
Well, that's probably the best dog you ever seen. I'm naming up a couple of them, the best ones I've ever seen. And you know, Locklear, he was over down there with them boys, but I mean, come on now. Locklear and them was bad too. Okay, but don't put them up there on a height that they was, you know, that they can't stand up by their damn self. You know, Untouchables, they would have some good dogs, but so did we. We had killers, period. That's all. We had them killers, flat out. You know? See, y'all get out here on these chat, and when y'all say something, then when I fire back like a competing bulldog. Untouchables was good. They had a lot of good dogs. Even they can get whooped. Even they can get whooped. They wasn't in no tight wars, bro. They ain't had no tight wars, no. You know, I come back from that air. Let's go do a research. Let's see who they did beat. You don't want to go into that world. You know, that's the game, man. I can just keep it real with you, man. There was a whole lot of great dogs out there. You know, pound for pound, I would say Satan was the baddest dog out there when it comes to such issues like that. I could say Champion Charlie was the best in the business. You know, there's a couple of dogs that I can put out there that sat on the same level with greatness, Grand Champion Ace. Probably would have ate Lefty ass up. He won 6, never went over 40 minutes. There was some badass dogs out there. You know, I'm a killer myself. I like them killers. I like them killers.
T-Wade was down in that Carolina area.
You know, Tony Wade was down there in that area. T-Wade, he has some decent, good. I mean, I wouldn't call his dog decent. I would call him some good dog. And that's for real. You know? But, you know, I mean, I would have to say that about a whole bunch of damn dogs. I think Radar Martell would have killed Lefty if they hadn't ran into each other. There were just some good dogs out there, bro. Said Lefty beat 5 dogs in one day, but he would have had to just deal with one dog on the dogs I'm talking about. That's all I'm saying. I can say the same thing about my shit. You know, Tyrone would have been a good one for his ass. Jigger would have been a good one for his ass. Goddamn Waddy could have been something good for his ass. You know, I can name a whole bunch of dogs out there. Well, okay, you call him the shit, and I say, well, and you call him that, all right, but don't go sweating on the nuts that I'm throwing down his throat. You know? He didn't come to my yard and do it. I can guarantee you when it came through there and whipped $5 on my yard. Bet that. I said, bet that. Okay? And that's probably the best shit you ever seen, but I've seen far better. I really believe I've seen what was the best out there. Maybe from far as your eyes can see, but me and your eyes have seen something totally different, my friend. Just keeping it real with you. Don't try to stand up there and be up in my airspace. You might die from lack of oxygen. So bring your plane down a little bit because you flying too high. Your levels ain't up there. You better get down here before you need some oxygen. All right? I'm just keeping it real with you. Don't be the subject because you're trying to poke your chest out. I won't give a damn about all that. You just want to be heard and all that, but you don't want to be heard over here because I'm just making sense to you. You just don't like it. But that's how the gang go. What you think you're going to get out of me? You know, putting a dog on a pedestal, like he going to stay up there by himself without somebody going up there to slap at him. You know we're going to go up there and slap at him. That's what we do. You already know better than that. You know what I'm saying? That's how the game is. That's how it is. You know that. If Bakari been standing there with Tyrone and you said some shit like that, what you think we would have said? You better have Lefty out there in that damn crate. We would have put $5 on his ass. He probably wouldn't have got through one of them. We gave him the perfect 5. We're going to give you $5. Let's see if he go through these 5. We're going to start right off with some bad ones. Man, we talking about some stone killers. IBM would have had a time with him. And he had a little rough time with Nico. I would say he was still a good dog. But man, I'm telling you, I've seen 600. 600 was rough. But I still think Mayday threw the baddest dogs and they was the bitches. The bitches was the baddest dogs coming down off of Mayday. Yeah, you know, I love you too, baby boy. You know, I love you too. You know how that is. You know how we bulldogging though, bro. Boy, I wish, man, back then, boy, we would have had Lefty's ass would have been, he would have been a 10-time winner messing around with a crew like us. We would have threw something on his ass. You know? Oh yeah, man! Don't get it twisted, y'all. Now, me and War Eagle, me and War Eagle, we do this. We do this on the phone. We'll do this on the phone for hours. We picking up dogs throwing on each other. I run outside. I'll go grab me another. I go grab Andy Cap on his ass, and if y'all piss me off, I'm gonna go get Angus and Zebo. Okay. And don't make me go get Ace. I go get Grand Champion Ace out there. Well, I'll put a lineup together, boy. I will show you. Mayday would be my heavyweight, but if I had a choice between Mayday and Barracuda, probably my big dogs, you know what I'm saying? You know, Mayday, look, you had to piss Mayday off. Every time I seen somebody Mayday and Mayday didn't like it, you know, he killed him. That was the thing that made Mayday cold. Mayday was almost like Pretty Mama. You know, he had he was on like the old Dragon Ball Z type dog. You know what I mean? One of them ones, you know what I'm saying? You know, they know how to flare up. You know, they get the golden hair, they flaming up. But you hit them and knock the shit out of him, or you know, you get too rough. You know what I'm saying? then they go into this whole other level. And if you really tee them off, they turn into that monkey with that tail. You know, they go monkey on you, everybody getting out the way, because when they go monkey, don't nobody be around. They kill everything around them. So not even the rest of the crew get around them when they do that. I mean, everybody. Yeah, but you know, I knew Lefty had a loss. Yeah, I remember when Lefty. I remember when he lost. I knew who you was talking about, fam, and he was a rough dog. He was a rough dog. But I know exactly what it took to beat him too. You know, and you know, sometimes, you know, when guys do something and they get so confident, they forget about thinking about the dog and they start thinking about, you know, what's coming with their mind is bringing up, you know. And Lefty didn't have to lose. He really didn't. And he was a rough dog, but he was not rough like Lil Mayday. He really wasn't. He wasn't rough like 600 or May or Brat or Chanel. When I say rough, I'm talking about dogs that, you know, when you put them on that level, you talking about they're on that level with May is on that level with, excuse me, on that level with Pandy. You know, these are levels, man. You know that, you know, they really never got a chance to check them dogs, like, cause you couldn't get nobody in there to stay with them long enough. Simplify on the pit dog. Pit dog. I'm out here throwing jigger on Lefty, man. Tell what I threw jigger on Lefty War Dog was running around here killing shit. We had to go get jigger. Hey, when he did, he had that, he had grabbed that motherfucking poison, got that poison in him. Yeah. Pit dog about Jigger would have killed Lefty. I'm trying to tell him, man. I'm gonna let him know what rough is. We know what rough is now. Hey, yeah. War Dog said he tried to call. He tried to call him. But you know, you can go in on the studio. You know, we don't, since we've been over here on this StreamYard. You know, Mike don't even have the phone no more, man. You know, shit. You gotta remember, little Mayday. He did that to Wacko. Lil Mayday did that to Wacko, and last I remember, Wacko was a 6-time winner when Lil Mayday got a hold of him. You know, you know, and we can't say they were around the same age. So, you know, I would have to say you would have had to survive some rough ass shit. Yeah, he going. Pit Dog went down there and grabbed up the goddamn the heartbeats, the SB, and Don B and Captain America now. Down, dude. Now you went in there and did the what you call a boy, man, from the Continental, John Wick. He went over there and got the sludge hammer and busted up the basement floor. Started snatching out shit out the basement floor. You know, man, that's how them Saturdays used to be, man. All them dog men get together at one of them pig pickings or barbecuing and drinking and hanging out. About 3 or 4 hours in, once all that liquor being passed around and they done got full and smoked up and drunk up, man, look, boy, That's when shit hit the fan. Look here. I done seen a whole lot of matches get put together in one of them kind of days, and then by the following Monday, them calls being made. Man, I was drunk as hell, man. I ain't trying to do that, cuz. I ain't trying to do that. You know, you can't be, I ain't gonna let you just eat me alive, man. No, but I was crushed. I don't want to do that, cuz. Yeah, because that's just how they be too, man. You know, we'll fire them off. You know we'll fire them off. We talking shit. We the one that ain't got to get in there. We ain't got to go in there and do the fighting. But we'll talk mad shit for our dog, won't we? Talk mad shit for our dog. No, that's how some of them dogs lose. Because their owners overrate their ass. Don't know when to quit when they're ahead. A lot of mistakes was made with great dogs. I've seen a lot of mistakes made with great dogs. Dog be so damn old, they still talking about the dog like the dog young. Uh-oh, pit dog going into the throat. Oh, no, not with the throat. And I heard straight from them boys' mouth, the boys that had it when Jigger was a puppy, them boys called me and told me about that dog. Said that dog ain't never been put on nothing to survive. They said everything they ever put on Jigger ain't nothing. They talking about from the rolls to the test to the box. They said everything that ever touched that dog got murked. That's what they say. I heard this from the young boys who had him as a young dog. So that's a hell of a dog. I mean, them dogs don't come every day in the game, and we all know that. We all know that. We know some dogs out there that's it's really hard to survive an hour with, a whole lot. You doing good and you can survive 40 minutes. But some of these damn dogs, they so damn rough. You know? And it's really bad when you see two badass killers go into each other and they don't be like, you know, like Buck and Sandman or Samson and Zinker. You know, them was great matches. You know, but them ain't killers. You know, Jeep and Homer, good match, probably a boring match and all, but they were still game. You know, there's some parts of the game, man, game is saying enough. You know, when you run up in there and running a dog like Jigger or Brat or Little Mayday or any one of them kind of dogs, you just got that killer ability. I mean, Ace, you can't deny these great dogs, man. There were some dogs out there that would beat the shit out of you. They ain't give a damn about gaming. We can't even tell you how game these dogs really is. We don't know. Ain't never been tested because ain't nothing there to be tested on them. Gotta bring something in there to test them on. They be that damn rough. You know, all we do is we just take them and just put them out there, man, and let's find out. You know, that's what you do. You just take them and just take them out there and open them out to the world. Get what you get. You know what I'm saying? Because you already know how this game go. Sharks, either you become the prey or you are the prey. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just how it go. Them dogs be out there hunting. This game is a hunter's game. That's what made bulldogging so much fun. You know, some guys would just do it so to the point that they would just get stupid. But there were some guys out there, man, you know, there were some kennels out there, man, that had the money and they went around. I mean, I know my hats off to D Soft. You know, when they had them right dogs, they didn't give a damn who had what. You know, I came from an era and a group of guys that the better your dog is, the more we want to go and see how good they are. We like going into that kind of competition. It don't shy us away. It make us curious. Do we got a dog that'll beat that one? Let's go see. That's what the game used to do to us. We feed a bunch of damn dogs out there, man. We want to know. We want to know. That's all I'm saying. The competition. Ain't nobody scared of nobody out there. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. You know? And hell yeah, when you got good dogs and you believe in your yard, you supposed to stand behind them mugs 100% and be ready to go grab one or hook up something. You know? But that's all in your yard. I know Mike be talking about levels, you know, having the levels to this thing. And bro, that there was a level out there you really had to be careful about walking around in. You know, there was a danger zone. You know, it was a danger zone. And danger zones has always been around. Just imagine when Angus was around. Remember, Angus was the first recognized. I mean, when I say recognized, Angus was the first dog that the journal actually put out there that he was a champion beater. You know, that's where the champion beater syndrome came from. You know, they was just exceptional dogs. Imagine if we could have just been around with Angus and Zebo and Kingfish. You know, and Art. I mean, look at the kennel I'm talking about. They had these dogs running through their hands. Remember, they around all the old dog, man, and they seem to be able to get their hands on all the great shit. You know, think about it. I said Zebo, Angus, and Art. Imagine, and Kingfish. Imagine these dogs, y'all. Imagine a yard sitting there with them type of dogs on it. You know, and they got the money. That's those kind of yards, bro, when you see like the Yankee boys when they was out there, RC and the Sosa boys when they was out there, you know, running them lines of dogs, bro. Them dudes had that money and they had those dogs. So it wasn't nothing to see a 4, 5, 6, 7-time winner. And Fat Bill. Fat Bill had them type of dogs. He'll figure was a damn near 5-time winner. Chi was a damn 6-time winner. Fat Bill was one of them dog men that was running around. Look, anytime you got Roster Man and then you got Bakari, you know what I mean? Them was two bad dudes. And Fat Bill hanging out with guys like that. And them guys right there, you just ain't gonna walk in there and knock one of them out. You ain't gonna knock one of them out. You ain't gonna go in there thinking you're gonna whoop on them. You know what I mean? You better have one hell of a bulldog. And that's exactly what it took. You know, if I'd have lost to Tornado, like I lost to Tommy Boy, hey, I ain't whining about it because I had the kahunas because that's like somebody telling me before I even did it, you know, she's going for her grand championship. Twin, I'm telling you, you don't want to mess with this chick. She ain't been past 22 minutes yet. Well, what made me want to go after her anyway with a first time out dog. Evidently, I wasn't scared of her destroying dogs or the fact that she was a killer. You know what I'm saying? I'm still bringing out my first time out dog after her ass. That's just how the game is. In that dark side and down in them basements, man, ain't nobody scared of shit, bro. Don't you get it? There's a Kennels out there who is literally waiting for somebody to come up with something great so they can go test their shit out on it. You know? I mean, that's what makes the great matches. I mean, the great matches don't happen because these two dogs and owners are scared of each other. Them two great dogs are going into each other because they masters ain't scared of nothing. Just the opportunity to put two bad ones together. It happens in the game. I mean, maybe I need to pull back out my journals and start bringing some of these dogs to light and let these people who don't know about them bring their matches up there and show y'all what some badass dogs look like. There was a lot of dogs out there that was getting dogs out of there under 40 minutes. A lot of good dogs out there taking dogs out that never had to see the 30-minute mark. You know? And if they did go over 30 minutes, you know, they was only going over 30 minutes due to the due process of getting handles and you know, scratches and in the corner type shit. You know, but that match was over 20 minutes in. You know? Say early 90s to 2000, it was a sin to have a Mayday dog. Well, I don't know where the sin came from. I had two of them. And then I got a whole yard. I remember Deep South when they had Lucane and Twisted. I remember when No Name had Barracuda. Huh?
Okay. You let Monster say what up?
Hey, I said, what's up? I remember when No Name and them had Barracuda and May and Bam Bam. You know what I'm saying? Wait, hey, say it again. Go ahead, say it again, Eli. If I get one, can I come and get it? Can I get it from you? You got any? Okay. I need one that I can talk shit with. Don't be sending me out here to go hunt one down. You know how many of these black dogs work. Okay. Hey, I already told you about that Black Mayday stuff now. I know, you know what I'm saying. Hey, I'm trying to tell you. I show you a Black Mayday dog. I'll show you a Black Mayday dog, Mom. I'm trying to tell you. I might have to go get some of that. That St. Benedict's baby shit. You know, I know a couple killers out there wearing that black pretty good now these days, boy. I'm feeling mighty confident in them black dogs these days. Well, you already know how that go, you know. I mean, imagine me dropping from 80 to 40. Ooh. Mm-mm. I know one thing. I did see a.
All right, bro.
I did see a blue one win.
Okay.
I did see. I have seen a blue bulldog that was bad hell. I've seen a blue badass bulldog before. I'm talking about a winner, a match dog. You know, I don't know how he became blue, what genetic line he came from, but he was definitely a bulldog. A blue pit? Yeah, I seen one. He was a bad boy too. You know, he wasn't just no one-time winner. He was a two-time winner. When I seen him after one time when I saw him win his second one. A blue pit? I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't bet on him. I was like, this ain't the Westminster. That motherfucker shut me up quick. Shit. This ain't no ADVA show. And he had to remind me, I know. You know, after losing to him. Lost my money betting against that blue ass dog. Yeah, man. The wolf tickets is the name of the game. See, when y'all, it's not like no Facebook shit, you know, or some old chat room shit. You know, when you out there in that basement, you get to talking shit, boy. You know, and you got a pocket full of money. You know, y'all either gonna get an off-chain thing going on. You know, a lot of guys do that. You know, there's some guys out there that won't do but one way, and that's off the chain. Back in the day, they do that, boy. They didn't care. You know, I've always frowned on that, though. I don't do off the chain. Because then that takes me out the equation. You know what I'm saying? That's like a great boxer, you know, getting into a match with somebody without his trainer, without his corner people. He just out there. You know what I'm saying? I've never been a fan of that. You know, there were some guys that was pretty good at doing that. Until everybody started running around conditioning their dogs and go out there like some sharks looking for them old happy-go motherfuckers. Where them off the chain niggas at now? Where they at? You know, mama needs some diapers. She want to go out to eat. Rent need to be paid. Shit, look, we tamed some of that off the chain shit. Yes, we did. It was a time off the chain was the thing, boy. Then next thing you know, everybody walking around with a conditioned dog. Everybody running around with a conditioned dog. That off the chain world went to sleep real quick. They stopped that shit. It wasn't profitable. Now everybody ain't getting caught off guard. We're just going to grab dogs. Now they done made a business out of that. We're going to start sticking it to these off the chain boys. They putting dogs in shape and just be looking for the first off the chain match they can get. But they definitely put some end to that. Run around every time you turn around, they want to do something off the chain. Put some change. We're gonna teach them a lesson. Hey, them old Henry dogs, they was some bad dogs though. Why they sleeping on them old Henry dogs? You know, to me, them Henry dogs was like them well, I gotta say, them Henry dogs were like them Mayday dogs. And them old Henry dogs, they was like devil dog. Hey, pit dog. They was like the true devil dog. Dark, shiny black with the red eyes that burned in the night. You know what I'm saying? That's what they call a lurking marine, baby. That's what they call that lurking marine in the jungle. All they can see is them red eyes. Devil dogs. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the whole game, y'all, you know, it's all competitive. You know, it's all good when you're talking shit. It ain't no fun when you talking shit and then nobody ain't doing nothing. You know, we like to have them kind of cookouts, boy. And, you know, everybody bringing their doctor kit and everybody riding around with, you know, with 3 crates in the back of their truck. Man, we ain't doing nothing but a cookout. You never know. You never know. Woo-wee. With old Psycho. Yeah. Oh yeah, when them boys was like that 40, like he was whipping all them dogs. Right. If we got one out there in the truck, we got one. I mean, he was walking around bold too, wasn't he, man? He was proud of his old dog, wasn't he, though? He whooped about, he literally whipped 2 about him. Yeah, he quick. I mean, nice and quick. He's nice and quick. He was proud of his little dog. He said, I'll take another one. I'll show y'all something. Shit, we ride around with a truck with some crated dogs in it too. Shit, I'll oblige you on that. I'll do it. Shit, we went and got Buck Rogers for his ass. Boy, you should have seen his face when it wasn't even about the dog. It's what he saw when we cut that damn dog loose. We cut Buck Rogers loose, boy. He was like, oh, totally different level of bulldog here. Mm-hmm. Then yeah, he had another one in there. We're gonna double up like you did. We'll double it up. I'll let you get some good value. He might have been tired after them other 2 we smashed. Go ahead and get that other one in. Man, we smashed him quicker than we did the first one. And this before Buck Rogers ever even became a one-time winner. We was riding around just to check on him. We was checking in. You know, once we come out the yard, we looking for some heat. Hey, I had a dog named Mamra. His name was Mamra. He reminded me he was one of them. He was a big boy too. And he had that unbelievable mouth. You know, only reason I believe that dog bit so damn hard is I think he was, you know, the curry in him had him biting like that. And he was a white dog. I think it was the curry in him that had him biting that damn hard. You know? Because I swear to God, a dog bit him like that. The dog bit him so damn hard. Remember that, Mike? That dog, he looked like he was already white. He turned whiter than white. Whiter than white. Curd up quick as hell when he got bit like that. No, he bad as hell when he biting something down. Boy, they had one come in there and bit him 2 times. Boy, he was done. He was like, God damn. He knew he got bit. It wasn't no other reason for him to quit like he quit. He's so used to biting shit hard. He got bit 2 times like that, boy. He called for the briefcase. Mm-hmm. Let's see. The fastest bitches I seen was 30 pounds. Yeah, them 30 pound, 31, that's an ugly game right there, boy. To me, that's the baddest weight class in the dog game. And I'm saying it's the baddest weight class in the dog game when it comes to females. 30, 31, and 42. 30 to 31 and 42. Them big bitches. Them bitches in them 42 pound weight classes. You got to be some rough ass, bitches to be in that 42-pound weight class. You know, there's been some badass great dogs, boy, but that 42-pound and that 30-31, them little rockets zinging around there, whoo. But I had to throw that 42 in there because I done seen dogs up there like that, man, that could move like 30-31-pound dogs. Will get in there and get your ass like a 30-31-pound dog. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's one of the hardest, roughest weight classes out there. Huh? I hear you. Oh, yeah, back in the day. Oh, you know, man, this is a historical channel. I don't think anybody in here think I be talking about today's time. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, if you got people out there that, you know, that comes on here looking for some today's shit, y'all better be, you got to be real smart to figure some of this shit out there. Because you're missing the best part of the show. If you're thinking about some shit like that, you be out here looking for that dog. Hey, man, is May still open? I mean, imagine man, somebody talking about, I got a badass dog. I bet you I can get May. Man, May, what you want to do? Beat her bones, dog? You know what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I would like to see red-eyed dog. I've seen one before. Piranha. That we had two dogs that had red eyes. They was black bitches. They was around that 30-31. Shit, Ben coming in Ben. No, but we had one named Pressure and we had her sister Piranha. Piranha and Pressure. They have they did had a perfect name. They was 30-31. You know, them dogs should have, if I'd have caught them a little sooner in their heyday, they probably would have been some great dogs. Them dogs were so scarred up, man, you couldn't even, them dogs weren't even allowed outside back in the day when they were, you know, you really didn't get no trouble for having a scarred up dog. Let me tell y'all something. That Piranha and Pressure had more scars on them than Zebo put together. I'm trying to tell you. These two little females, man, and then they was them little females, them 30-31 pounders. You know, I told you how scrappy they can be. They could be real fast, real rough. They're Piranha and Pressure. Neither dog ever quit. Never seen them ever look bad.
Pressure, bring that pressure.
Yeah, Piranha will bite you down and Pressure put so much heat on your ass with that speed, boy. She wouldn't give you no break. She start off in the shoulder. She might end up on the paw. She might be on the back paw. Not in the stifle, but she over there grabbing the foot. Piranha, she just bites you down. You thought you was in a pool of piranhas with Piranha. Because she biting you everywhere. I mean, these dogs have perfect names, man. And by the time we got them we had to get them from the young boys. I ended up buying Pressure and Piranha from some young boys. Because they just sitting out there fucking them up. They is, man. They just running around, just putting them on any and everything. And they was some badass dogs. I bought them from the boys because I didn't want to see the boys fuck around there and mess them up. Them dogs was so crazy, man. Piranha died with her first litter in her. We don't know if she had snagged up a rat or what. I know she had snagged up one time I was walking behind the grocery store. And I think when she snatched him up, you know, and bit down into him, it had just came out one of them little black boxes. You know how they keep them little black boxes around the grocery stores for the little critters and the rodents to go up in. Well, she caught one of them. But she was pregnant. And when she was trying to have her pups, she died having her pups. Pressure was just the opposite. I would have preferred Pressure to do that compared to Piranha, because pressure, she having her pups. She snatching the puppies out as they coming out, shaking them like she's in the box. This crazy bitch is out there snatching on the puppies. She ain't trying to nurse them or nothing. She's snatching them and slinging them and shaking them. Man, she ruined the first time she had puppies, man. I came out there, all my puppies is gone and missing and dead. So no, we gonna breed this bitch again. I bet it's a ratchet. And this time I'm gonna watch this crazy heifer. Man, look. I got her in a muzzle. I'm the one sitting back babysitting her. I'm babysitting her. I see her moving around a little bit. I know here come a pup. So I'm gonna lay her ass down and get me these puppies out of her. But man, she wouldn't even nurse them. And I didn't even have no dog to put on these puppies. You know, I would damn near have to lay over and you know what I'm saying? I should have, if I had knew about promazine back then, I'd probably been using shit like that on her just to knock her out so, you know, she could lay there and let these puppies nurse. I wasn't good enough to and understood the game because this was in the early days, you know, where it's more to it than just, you know, fighting them now. You know, I'm learning the intricate parts of, you know, the bad parts about these damn dogs, you know, the sickness and puppies being sick, you know, them trying to nurse a litter. I ain't got no baby bottles around here. I ain't had no litters running around where I knew exactly what to do. Matter of fact, Precious Puppies was the first ones that I had that I didn't have a dog to put on them to take care of them. Pressure wasn't acting right, and the puppies just started dying off, you know, because they wasn't getting the proper nourishment because I just had too much trouble trying to get her to do right with puppies. I used to muzzle up and put duct tape on her ass. Maybe she'll lay down there and let the puppies nurse. Just have her running from puppies screaming, hollering all night through the night because she refused to feed them and shit. So they just went from Man, after that, man, I got rid of Pressure, man. And I didn't get rid of her like put her up on somebody. Who gonna take this dog? This dog was so chewed up and scarred up, man. You know what I'm saying? No. When I just couldn't see her being put down no more. I couldn't see her having puppies because however she was bred, we wasn't gonna never see nothing good like that coming out of her because we could get her bred, but there was just no way of taking care of the pups. You would have to have a dog, you know, have a dog in heat when she in heat, and breeding them dogs and just count on taking the puppies off of her and putting them on another dog who you knew was gonna come in heat. Maybe you would just have the 2 litters on the 1 female. You know, hopefully it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but little things like that I learned, after the fact. A lot of things I learned after the fact. So it was like, raising puppies in itself is rough. I used to wonder how old man Earl and even Floyd and them would even had the strength to go out there. They old ass men, y'all, going out there feeding all them damn dogs. And believe me, I'm one of them old ass dudes that body automatically gets up at 5 a.m, literally, just like a clock, and I have to go take care of my yard. I'm old and tired now. I don't want to do that shit. For real. I be thinking about Pat Patchett, old as he was, but still had all them damn dogs. When they start walking around like Festus, with the bow leg, you ain't used to have old bow leg. They've been walking so slow and baby steps so down long, their legs and got that little bow into them. You know they old. You know, just being able to have the strength to go out there and just take care of those dogs like they did, man. That takes a lot. I mean, and then these dogs would be on heels. Like Super in that yard, these dogs was on heels. Who gonna walk up that hill and feed that dog? Ain't no way in the hell you gonna tell me you up there raking up shit. Shit, you need one of them mountain climbing things. How you put a dog on the hill? You know what I'm saying? Man, I have seen some crazy shit. I forget. I mean, Super Night, it was somebody else's yard. Maybe y'all can tell me. It might have been Ozzy. I don't remember who yard it was. They had a creek going through their yard, you know, in their backyard for the dog. And they literally didn't even need water bowls. They had all their dogs down there tied up along the side of the creek where all the dogs could jump in the water. They could go out there and get the water. They could go out there and drink the water, get cool in the water. You know what I mean? I don't even know if the man even cleaned up dog shit. Because like he said he don't worry about that shit because he on the hill. All that shit get washed down the hill. Oh yeah, they'll tell you, man, spring water is the best water out there. You can put shit, people walk in that water, piss in that water, shit in that water. By the time, you know, it get down into the bottom of that damn thing, into that big open lake. And even then, it purifies itself in the long run because nature takes care of itself. But they say at the top of that hill where the freshest water is, boy, you know, that's why they always put their dog uphill because, you know, everything they do uphill gonna get flowed downhill. So they don't have to worry about it because the constant flow of water keeps their shit fleshed out. Oh, Super Nat was telling me that because I didn't understand why his dog was all by water. So look at them. They go out there and they play in the water. They get too hot. They go out there and they drink the water. I don't even see no water bowl, do you? You say, well, what do you do? I mean, I don't see no bucket either. How did you clean up all that shit? Oh, tell me you're doing that downstream. Shit. He says spring water is a fertilizer. It filters itself. People walk in it, animals walk in it, they drink out of it, they piss in it, they shit in it. I mean, the shit that he was saying, man, I couldn't believe it. Hey, okay, I see that. Uncle Wooly, Mountain Man. Uncle Wooly, that's who it was, Mountain Man. Yep, Mountain Man. I'm sure was. It was Mountain Man. Him and Super Nat had them kind of in the hill dogs on the hill. I mean, it just seemed like you needed that stick, you know, that old walking stick that you needed to prop yourself up when you going up there to Mount Everest and shit. You know, everybody got that stick. Yeah. But yeah, man, I mean, just to be able to have that kind of land and shit like that. You know, I thought I had it made out there on that farm when I had all them orange trees. You know, that was the best. I mean, to me, I was in heaven. You know, I was in heaven. In the end, I ended up tearing all those trees down because them dogs fucked all those trees up. Over 1,500 orange trees on that yard, y'all. 1,500. Lined up in rows, had a beautiful yard. You know, I had dogs tied to all them damn trees, all the trees that I could put a dog on, as far as you could see. I had trees of dogs. I mean, I had so many axles and chains, and you know, I used to have them good chain setups. Didn't have no clips. You had to take the collar off to get the chain off of them. Yeah, I had all that water. I had the big ass underground well. I had a big ass gas tank. how many was 400 gallons, like a big old 400-gallon tank. It just filled that tank up. And that's what I used to use to get that water down there to my dogs. But yeah, you right there, John Johnson. I mean, Pat Patrick, he was a bad man. I mean, you see all that Patrick shit? Patrick this, Patrick that, Patrick this, Patrick that. I mean, and I mean, he can't say he wasn't like Maurice Collar. I think we all got a little Maurice Collar in us. I think Earl Tudor had it. I'm pretty sure old Kobe and them had it. You know what I'm saying? I sit there and watch Windy City have a whole damn room full of puppies. Nowhere in the hell he knew every one of them puppies. It's just no way. There's just no way. I don't give a damn. I just don't believe that shit. I mean, dog coming off of Crazy Tippy. He had a daughter off of Reno with a little puppy. I mean, all these puppies is in this one big ass building, like. And it was like, you know, in certain places he had like a little setup where he had wood, like a box, a pit, and you know, it has several like pits, but they connected and had, you know, certain puppies in them. Or he could just move the wood and they just all be running around up in there, you know. And the nice thing about it, right there in the center floor and down there, you know, quarter or on three of the corners in the building, he had drain lines in the floor, you know, where it had a little square down there, you know, had the little square and then square with the hole in it, where he could just take shit and just push the shit right on over to them those square spots, one in the middle of the floor, one in the three corners, and he just pushed the shit. And I ain't gonna bullshit you, man. You know, it's hard to clean semen. I don't give a damn how clean it is. Semen is a hard thing to clean, keep clean. And nowhere in the hell you're gonna tell me you got dogs. I don't care how clean you keep that semen, it's gonna smell like dog. You know, I mean, even with Ricky Jones, and Ricky Jones had all his dogs on them big old circle runs, you know, and could spray that shit, but yet that yard still smelled like dog shit. It wasn't no shit on them yard, nowhere. So the only thing that could be holding that shit is the concrete. You literally have to go out there with a pressure washer with some heavy ass pressure and literally wash the sidewalk like people be out there washing their sidewalk. Yeah, Uncle Willie. Yeah, I mean, back where every one of them had barrels, Uncle Willie. Ain't that the truth though? Yeah, you know, I used to have nothing but barrels. We had this place that we could go and get barrels for $5. And I had a whole bunch of barrels. I'd get me some 2x4s and make my little stand to put them on, have my little plastic flaps. I used to have them little flaps and I would cut lines in them so they could just, you know, in the winter time and shit like that, I have flaps on my shit. You know, I would go out and buy just bundles of straw. Not hay. You do not want to use hay. You want to use straw. And just take it and just stuff it in the dog house. I mean, literally. I would stuff it in the dog house and where the dog would have to dig his way up in there to get inside his dog house. You know, ever since in my younger days when I had Crybaby and she died out there and she was a damn good one. And I thought I had enough straw in her dog house and she still was found frozen in her dog house. I could never understand that.
Never understood what happened. But I tell you what, though, I put so much straw in them dog houses, them dogs had to start digging their way in there. I mean, I used to have bundles like I was a farmer and just put so much straw in there that they would have to dig their way in. That's the only way that I stopped losing. I never lost another dog from the winter. And this is when I was in Ohio. Only one dog froze on me, and I was so upset. I was so hurt that, that somehow I failed that dog. And the only thing that I could come up with was, the more straw that you stuff in there, the more you are isolating the dog, from the cold. A dog is a smart dog. I've seen dogs go out there and survive in the winter by digging a hole in the winter and waiting till the snow covered them up in the hole. What they was doing, they was digging down past the freeze area on the ground and dig down in there where they would be below the freeze level. So they down there in the lower part of the ground. So when it snow, while they curled up in there, they heating the bottom of the ground, don't mind the snow covering them up. Because they down there in that warm part of the ground they've been laying in. And I thought that was some real interesting shit. But I had my dogs on concrete. I had my dogs on concrete when I was up there in the city because I had them in those pens. So guys, when it gets cold and that super cold come in, don't be cheap on the straw. Don't be cheap on the straw and have a way to get rid of it. Have a way to get rid of it because you can't use it for so long. You got to keep it changed out because to me, straw is a disease carrier too, especially when you're dealing with straw and puppies. So many people I see put them straws in those puppy boxes, yet you don't understand, before those puppies start learning how to walk outside that box into that open area to go use the potty, they do a lot of their business right there in that straw. I mean, I've seen guys that had litters in that straw and don't change the straw. Female had a litter and you still got the puppies and the mama in there on the straw that she had them on. And then you can't understand why they didn't got sick. All you have to do is go to the bottom of the straw down there where it's on that wood and take a dustpan and just flip that straw that's in contact with that wood. Just flip it up, turn it over and stick your head down there and smell all that ammonia. It smells like straight hard ass ammonia. In some cases, if you catch it on the right day, it smells like ammonia and bleach together. Yes, sir. That's what be killing your litters. That's why your female gets the mastitis. That's why your puppy's getting sick because of that shit that they inhaling. But yeah, I like straw, and you're right, SBC. Straw is hollow and it traps heat in it. It's good to have, but you have to keep it changed. You got to keep clean. And Pit Dog, I like those cedar chips too. Yeah, I like to use the cedar chips. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was using the cedar chips at the bottom, and I was using them on my puppy cages too, because they can absorb that when the puppies is moving around, and starting to piss and shit in the straw, you want to have that cedar down there on that wood. That cedar, it kept it smelling good, and it held that ammonia smell down. Uncle Willie said he had 10 burn barrels for the old straw. You know what? That's a good one, Uncle Willie. Because that was my hardest problem right there, man. I was having,
I didn't have really no way of getting that straw. And, that straw will start adding up if you're trying to keep your shit clean and shit. I never thought about that. I did one time, I did something crazy. I had piled it all up, Aunt Willie, and put some diesel fuel on it, thinking, this is how I'm going to burn it, open burn, do an open burn. You already know why I didn't do that no more, Uncle Willie. Somebody always said to use diesel on your branches and shit that you want to get rid of. Trees and shit like that. I put that shit on that straw, man, and damn near burned up the goddamn neighborhood on top of me. Shit got to spreading so fast, I didn't know what the hell to do. See, SBC said I put 30-gallon barrels surrounded by fiberglass insulation and 55-gallon barrels stuffed with straw. All my dogs survived brutal winters. You put hands in the house and it's warm. Now, here, let me see if I can put that up. Let me see if I put that up to SBC. I'm on mic shit, so let me know if y'all see it. Yeah, there it is. I think that's a good one right there, fellas. Pit Dog said he used the cedar chips. That bag of cedar chips was cool, Pit Dog, but once they realized we was buying up all their cheaters, they cedar chips, man. You see the cost of one of them big bags, man. Them bags of cedar chips was like the gas prices. 1 minute it was cheap, then the next thing you know, it was like, damn. Yeah, Burning Star. Yeah, man. Look here, man. That goddamn diesel scared the hell out of me, bro. And don't go in there kicking your feet around like you trying to stomp it out. You burn your ass up. You trying to stomp that shit out. Everything on fire. I'm trying to tell you, down there had the whole farm on fire, man. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I down there burnt up the farm. I said, I don't know how I was just told to just take the diesel fuel and pour it over the shit and let it burn. It's gonna burn all the way down. Shit. Man, let me tell you something. When that fire hit that diesel, I don't know what was in that straw. What? Poor barn. I'm telling you, I'm out there. And I had one of them fire hoses connected to that 400-gallon water tank I had out there on the farm. I had a fire truck hose on there. Man, that flame started spreading. That flame was so big, and that wind was blowing. I mean, that wind was stretching out there, touching my barn, man. I had to take the damn hose and wet the barn to keep the barn from burning down, man. I'm going to burn up everybody's damn orange tree in the neighborhood if I can't get this fire down. Ooh-wee, you right, man. It burned forever, and it just spread it everywhere. I never tried that shit again. You hear me? That's an uncontrollable burn right there. Now, I mean, I wonder, is that what guys be using in the wintertime when we be out there standing out there in them cold nights back in the day? It'd be cold. Man, I had a pair of $2,000 earrings in my ears, man. I mean, that don't sound like much to y'all rich brothers, but it was kind of rich. It was a lot for me because they was $1 carat each, and I got a good deal on them. I got my hoodie on. It's cold and mug out there. Diamond hoodie. I needed a blanket. You know what I'm saying? It's snowing. We out here doing dogs. I mean, it's freezing. And we out here doing dogs, but they got the heat barrel going. You know what I'm saying? They got the heat barrel going. But, bro, I needed a blanket because me and that coat, it wasn't enough. it wasn't enough, man. I had tied my shit up so, and I was so cold up in that, man. I tried to burn myself up during that heat, bro. Man, I leave that night and I come about that shit the next morning, man, looking for my earring, thinking it done fell around in my jacket some damn way, because I was bundled up like a Eskimo. I just knew my shit was gonna be somewhere in all them damn bundles of shit that I was piled over my head. I mean, I did. I lost one of them. I sure did. I lost one of them. That's why any earring you see me put in my ear these days, it's gonna have that screw-on piece. It ain't gonna have that snap and lock shit. That snap and lock shit wasn't worth a damn. Messed up my damn money with that snap and lock. But yeah, man, I had, from that point on, I learned not to do that no more. Cause I said either somebody got lucky, or it's gonna be a long time from now, maybe a million years, somebody might be raking up their yard and that diamond earring show up. You know what I'm saying? Like some caveman shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, I lost that earring that night. I didn't even know how I lost it, but it was so cold, y'all. And that barrel do throw out some heat. But man, when you got a bunch of people standing around that mud, boy, it started looking aggressive around that damn heat bowl. You know what I mean? It'd be so hot. Everybody standing around, especially in between matches. That's when you see everybody running to that heat. Man, shit, boy, you see a good fight at the damn heat barrel. The winners and the losers standing around that heat. Oh my God, I was just sitting there thinking about that shit. How everybody be, standing around that heat.
Cold already.
You're already cold, freezing.
Bitches do no last. Like, oh Lord.
Right, and then you got the bitches going in. The bitches is always the last thing on the card. You got to go through so much shit dealing with the bitches. And then, this thing got cold out. So now you got guys arguing about washing the dogs. Some guys don't give a damn if it's 20 below. You're going to wash these damn dogs. And you got other guys that be like, hey, man, it's too cold out here to wash my dog. I don't care, baby. You want to taste my dog? You can taste my dog. But I ain't putting no cold water on my dog. Y'all ain't got no way to heat my dog up. So you had issues about that. Oh man, I can remember some of the craziest situations. Good things to think about, though. Yeah, good things to think about. Yeah, man. I like talking about that kind of shit there, because it was just the everyday life of the dog, man. I was sitting up there listening to old Mayfield, Don Mayfield, and Mama, he was like a student of Don. I can understand why, because Mama a big boy. He when I say he a big dude, he a big dude. He one of them bowling ball like looking dudes. Like the bus for Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, he like one of them. So he a big dude, and he probably had that old Don Mayfield type attitude. Cause Don Mayfield, he's probably a likable person, but he ain't play now. He had a little chip to his shit. You could if you kind of listen to him, and he was one of them. He had 2 cents to pick a bone with your ass. You know what I mean? And kept it real too. And that's what made him a competitive dog, man. That's what made him good. That's what made him Don Mayfield. His Mayfield nigga dog, he can't, he probably was prejudiced. He looked like one of them, but how can he be prejudiced that he was real cool with Triple M and Mau and them? Mayfield's nigger. That's a hell of a name to name a dog, ain't it? You know what I mean? I'm just saying. But he definitely had my mama and the Mason family was cool with him. But if you ever listen to him, you know, he had a way of telling you the game. And him, and you know, to be honest, him and Pete Sparks was alike. Pete Sparks was another guy. He, you know, he wasn't maybe 70 pounds soaking wet, but he was a tough ass old dude. And he knew his shit. Pete Sparks said, you walk a dog, you beat a motherfucker. That you got it in you, you can walk a dog without using without using no treadmill, nothing, just walk. He said that's the best keep you can put on a dog. You ain't never got to worry about overworking. None of that. Walking a dog is the best keep in the world. You know, would y'all agree with that? Y'all, somebody, let me hear y'all. What y'all think? Some of y'all old timers, Uncle Willie, what you think? Pit Dog, what you think? Burning Star, what you think? John Johnson, tell me something. What y'all think about that? Could we walk a dog? And how much walking would it take? How much walking would it take? Now, I've done some walking now. I've done some walking, but I had that old Red River Curly Mill now. I ain't gonna lie to you, I cheated. I did my walking, but I had an old Red River Curly, so I don't know. I ain't gonna say I did a whole walking keep. You know, James Crenshaw talking about he walk a dog every day for 10 miles. If y'all met James Crenshaw, y'all know he turned a damn lie. Because I'm pretty sure he ain't carrying no damn lunchbox, no phone call to have somebody come and get him. Because he walked like he couldn't walk very fast, and he had a little, whether it was a bow in his leg or, you know, he had a bad leg, you know, just the way he walked like an old man. So I'm like, how you gonna tell me you was up there walking gators for 10 miles? That's some bullshit, bro.
Look at the running starts at 5 to 10 miles a day.
5 to 10 miles a day. Burning Star. Is that what it takes to literally walk 5 to 10 miles a day to have a dog in great shape? He said you can never overwork a dog walking them. Pit Dog said you have to get their heart rate higher than anyone can walk. Burning Star.
He said he's 60. I still can run.
Look, Uncle Willie said he's 60 and he still can run. Hey, Uncle Willie, I'm 65, going on 65, and I can still run. But I don't know if I got 10 miles in me every day. Why you think I got an e-bike? I didn't even have 10 miles on a bike, okay? I won't even give you 10 miles on a bike. I got to have me an electric bike where I can just cruise 10 miles. You know, I'm cheating like hell. No, I can't even, I did them 10 miles on a bicycle. No, I'm beyond that. I'll be out there riding around on an e-bike these days. Damn that walking. Damn that bike. You know, man, look here, man. Back in my time, man, that was I had that Marine Corps discipline. You know, I was disciplined to the game. You gotta be motivated to what you do. If you ain't motivated, you can't be disciplined. That means if you ain't motivated to maintain your discipline, you know, it ain't gonna work. You're gonna cheat yourself. You ain't gonna treat yourself, you're gonna cheat yourself. So you have to be motivated to go out there and do what you said you was gonna do yesterday. You gotta do it every day. You know, the Marine Corps tell you that. They kind of make you feel sorry for yourself when you try to cheat just a little bit. Even when there ain't nobody around. You know, it's just something about the implant of that government putting that shit in your head. subliminal messaging to you. You know, when you get involved into something that means something and you get, get that on point where you do it every day, regardless if you might be talking to somebody on the phone and you just got to go because you got to do this. It's just come to your automatic. You might be out doing something and you got to get home because it's automatic. You have to stay on the plan. When you got that dog and keep, ain't nothing more important than that dog and keep. That's why that dog got a lot of time. And during that a lot of time, I'm with that dog. I don't want to be disturbed. I don't want nobody bothering me. You know what I'm saying? I'm in that a lot of time to maintain my motivation, to make sure I have the discipline to continue doing what I must do with this dog to get him ready every day for 8 weeks. I'm concentrating on doing the right thing. And I'm motivated to be disciplined to doing it so I don't make no mistakes. Don't get lazy. Don't get sorry. Be that one day that you cheat yourself, you lose the fact of treating yourself. You know what I'm saying? Because that one day might turn into 2 days. You start turning into really start getting sorry. If you try to do this as a career, you couldn't even complete one keep for one dog, and you can't even do it for one dog. How you gonna do it for a yard of dogs and you want to be out here calling yourself matching dogs? You got to be dedicated. Now, that's why, when James talking about he walked that 10 miles with the dog this man didn't have, I can understand, it could have been possible in his younger years. But, man, you sure ain't got much of a life, boy, 10 miles every day. Every day? Come on, y'all. You know how long it takes to walk a dog? 10 miles every day. You got Social Security coming in, or you got some other type of money coming in, but you walking a dog 10 miles every day. You sure ain't got a job. There ain't no way in hell you're going to get 8 hours in and then get 10 miles into. It's not going to happen, cuz. Not going to happen. Pit Dog said, if that was the case, Marines would just walk and nothing else. But one damn thing about the Marine Corps, they're going to have your ass running for damn sure. Everything you do in that damn place is definitely not consistent of walking. Everything's on a fast motion. Everything. John Johnson said, country road in a minivan with the side door open. That's not a bad idea with the minivan. I mean, the contraption between your connection with the dog, that's not bad. I mean, especially a long country road. I wish I had one of them kind around me. Me and my four-wheeler, I had a four-wheeler now. That four-wheeler, that bug came in handy now. I had the four-wheeler with the bar on it. I could just connect the dog to it and we just be out there. I ain't putting in no work. It's just the dog. Yeah, I did some cheating now. I used the four-wheeler. James Griffin said, Crenshaw would quit his job. Plus, it has been said that Crenshaw's wife helped him with the walking. Yeah, that's true. But you gotta remember, James, he lived up there in them woods too. He lived up there in them woods too. And one damn thing for damn sure, he was one of them guys I'm talking about, boy. You scratching your head wondering, man, the way he move around, man, he had a lot of dogs to feed, bro. Yeah, he was another one that he had a lot of dogs to feed. He had a yard too. Yes, he did. He had a big yard. Car ATV was what we did back in the day. Yeah, me and Mike, we tried the car shit. Yeah, we used to do the car thing with judo.
Yeah, Metropolitan Park.
Up there, Metropolitan Park, up there in Ohio. We take him over there to the Metropolitan Park. It had them hills. And man, we run that whole park with judo. I'm talking about up the hill, down the hill, over the river streams, across the road.
And we were trying to bring him up to 47.
And we did all that work, y'all, and we was trying to bring him up to 47. I mean, he eating good every day because we trying to make him a 47-pound dog, strong dog. We building him up like, how silly of us, wasn't it? Wasn't it? And this dog was literally a 35-pound match dog. And we did all that work with judo. Really, we did. We put all that work into him, bringing him up to 47. And we was definitely soldiers, thinking we knew what we was doing. We wasn't doing nothing but looking stupid in the end, because we gave that dog a loss that he did not deserve. And we had to be schooled on the weight thing. Because even in the Carolinas, they quick to grab a scale. And that's what we used to do. They didn't tell us, didn't break it down, but if we can ready to do a dog, you just make sure your dog is weighing this way here. Okay. They don't tell you nothing about the conditioning. They just tell you just bring your dog at this weight. That's how them Carolina boys was running. Let me tell y'all. Uncle Willie say, hold on, Uncle Willie, I'm going to throw you up there. Uncle Willie said, don't tell nobody you can walk 3 miles 3 times a day for 7 weeks, but your last 10 once a day, then feed one schedule, never overwork. We now about to run a greyhound race, just saying. I think he's trying to put some subliminal messages out there for those youngsters that don't understand. He said, don't tell nobody though. You can walk 3 miles 3 times a day. That's 9 miles. 7 weeks. Woo! Every day. So your last 10 once a day. So now the last 10 days, I guess that would be the rest period just before. That's good rest. He's going to get a lot of rest in that. That's for damn sure. Get his muscles a chance to settle down and heal 10 days out. Yes, sir. Once a day, then feed one schedule. You want to put him on that 1 day schedule feed. Okay. You can never overwork him. That's for damn sure. Yeah, walking a dog, they say you can't, Peace Park said you can't never overwork a dog walking. Yes, sir. But that, I mean, I would have to say the way they got these treadmills they making out here today, and the advanced science to how they're doing the treadmill, it's almost like I gotta have me an electric mill, and I gotta have me a regular treadmill. I wish I could understand the table game. If the electric mill and the treadmill, because they are more of the popular things, that I see being used, even back then in my time. But the turntable was another good one. The turntable. For all you people who's paying attention, Uncle Willie, I hope y'all taking these notes, because I'm definitely feeding them to you. I'm definitely feeding it to you now. You can't say I ain't helping. Y'all better be taking some screenshots of son and go and analyze what he's saying, because it's making sense now. It's making sense. Hey, John Johnson. Here's the thing. I rather have a test weight rather than the second scale, because I'm pretty sure they would have one. I would have mine, and I'm pretty sure they would have one, but I would have a 5-pound test weight, a 5-pound, and sometimes a 10-pound test weight. I'm carrying a test weight with my scale, so I can verify my scale. And back in the day, we had that old silver scale. You know what scale I'm talking about, the silver one that you just hang to the tree. That was a good damn scale. And then you had the ability to calibrate it. But see, like you say, you got these cheaters and shit. That's why we had to carry the test weight. And it didn't break shit down into ounces. You didn't have ounces. All you had to do is just be a little over that line, and we know you ain't making weight. That's all we know. If it's a little twitch under, that could have been 2 or 3 ounces. You never know. Yeah, that test weight, that you gotta have one of those. Yeah, weight got certification. You're right now. That's why when you get those test weights, those test weights are certified. When you buy them, they certified test weights. They're good, and they're good to have. It keeps a lot of BS out the game. But see, y'all breaking shit down in the ounces now. They breaking shit down in the ounces now. They putting dogs on scales with electric scales and leggy scales and all that shit. You know what I mean? And you could, it shows exactly everything. You can't be an ounce over. That's the only thing I don't like about the electronic scales. You know what I'm saying? With the old silver scales, all the other scales like that, it would give you those little ounces. We wasn't picky with them ounces. You know what I'm saying? Because the ounce really, you can't really, it really don't really show that much on a scale, a regular old scale, But those electric scales, they show the ounces, and that just really is like, you got to really be on point with your homework these days to get dead on zero. Okay. Run the star say, make sure it's level and rotate the dog's direction. Yeah. You must be talking about the walk. Yep, you got to change the dog's direction. I hear you, John Johnson. John Johnson say, yeah, you're right, twin. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Pit dog. It said weight got to be certification too. And they go pit dog with you, letting it not be known, y'all. You hear what it says? Yes, sir. When we get these yes, sirs, that's for all you people who, just for educational purposes, man. Y'all sit there and figure some of this shit out. Some of this shit might be new to y'all ears. Put that shit in your little briefcase and keep it around. Always remember where you got it from. It's gonna be that one day you're gonna think about that shit and be like, damn, I seen this shit on Twin and them show. They did. Now you see why they was talking about them certified scales and certain shit like that. Keeping the dogs walking on flat levels and changing directions, and there's a lot of information that's being spread around out there. You just gotta take it and know how to use your common sense to make it work. What's being said is true. Once you understand, it ain't coming from some old bullshit motherfucker ain't never done shit. How the hell he know he ain't never done this shit his damn self? So how can you be listening to them type of people? Information comes where you find it. You just got to understand what kind of information you're absorbing. This information is being certified and recertified by people who know what they talk about. Y'all need to take some of that shit and take it with you. I'm still trying to figure out that turntable in the woods. I mean, I don't even know. I've seen one. You know, the Robinsons down there in North Carolina, they had that one. And I like the way it was too, you know, but that takes a lot of work to have one. And where you gonna keep it at? Where do you put something up like that? You know, I mean, I literally, I'm gonna tell you, the outside, you know, meal, you know, the thing, you know, to be running around, we can connect the dogs to. Y'all, my mind is not on point, so y'all know what I'm talking about. The Jenny, the outside Jenny, yeah, those things is real nice. But I seen that turntable, and that turntable, I liked it, that turntable, because you can change direction and the dog is getting good work on both sides with the turning, you know, the changing up. But it just seemed like it would be hard to make and really hard to maintain, because how do the dogs stay level on that mug? I mean, it's a turntable, you know, and that one piece in the center comes all the way across and up under and be over the dog, and the dog is connected to that. You know, that was that. I like that turntable, but I never could picture how it worked. You know, Pit Dog said, as long as your bank is correct. Yeah, because they could throw your dog's shoulder. It can throw your dog's shoulder out. Yeah, I mean, like you said, that level part. You know, the bank can't have no kind of tilt to it. You know, and the Robinson had one. It was perfect, man. It was. You know, I've seen some, but like you said, when I see the dog run, it'd be like he's running from the, you know, like it tilts a little bit. You know, it would tilt, like, you know, and even had like a heel motion to it too. Like it would be like in an oblong. It wouldn't turn like the Robinsons that I seen theirs was turning like flat. It had no tilt, no nothing. But the Jennies were pretty cool. But like Elvis saying, you gotta replace that dirt. You know, I know I've seen the horse Jennies, you know, out there. You know, my family used to go to the tracks, and we used to go out there, and we see them little things that they would put the horses on to keep the horses moving. And I noticed that little drench that, you know, that constant walking builds around where, you know, you have the outside almost has a like a rim to it, and your dog is down there running inside, not even running on flat ground. It's literally running on like an angle. You know what I mean? It's like a little slope before it gets to that top, and it's like that little pocket down in there. You know, but you know, I've always been told, you know, a old dog man in Carolina, he was like the barber. He had one of them big Jennies outside. He had a tractor, and he said that he would go, and every 2 days of running his dog on there, he'd run the tractor over to level it out. He didn't want his dogs running in that accumulated, you know, trench that, you know, you run your dogs on that Jenny a lot, it becomes a trench. You know, he didn't like the trench. He wanted to keep his dogs on nice, flat, stable ground. So he, like he said, he just take his tractor and go all the way around his Jenny and kept the ground level. You know, he said it was almost like a horse track, you know, the way he kept his Jenny. He kept his ground real nice and level. He didn't have no trenches. He didn't like the trenches. You know? Yeah, that's some real stuff there too. I want to talk about one day, y'all. We gotta do a show on different things. Now we tried this before, but I know I'm getting a lot of questions from guys pertaining to our keep feed. Now, I mean, I don't know about y'all. Man, I have a long ass list, a long list, you know. And then I heard some of the old timers they use cornflakes and and things like that, you know. But I don't know if we're being too difficult or they was not being doing what they weren't doing enough. I don't know. But it just seemed like the game got a little bit more scientific by the time I got to learning from the people I was learning from, and they were some of the best. I'm talking about from really all of them. James Edwards and Atlas had their way of conditioning. They were the main ones that taught me about the weights on the dog's neck and never taking the weight collar off. Need a weight collar on the whole keep. Now that's a North Carolina thing that I got from Atlas and James. And they was some old dudes, so I know they wasn't out there running shit. Atlas or James was out there running shit, y'all. I'm just gonna keep it real. So I know somewhere around there they had some type of contraption that was putting them dogs in shape. Because now they didn't look like no running type. And neither did Sheriff Powell. He a big boy, And that's probably why dogs that he was doing, or trying to do, behind the scenes from us, they was over there at Atlas's crib. Yeah. Atlas and James and they were all pretty cool with old Sheriff. Because Sheriff would leave one over there. I don't know whether they was taking them and matching them, but I know one thing. I never seen Atlas or James put a dog on his Lightner dogs. And he would always he was a big old dude. He was like if you ever met Sheriff Powell, just think of a heavy set Santa Claus, with the big old Santa Claus nose, the old fat Santa Claus, but don't put the beard on him. Just keep the fat face with the funny, Santa Claus nose and the short hair, but the fat little body, you know what I'm saying? He was a big boy. That's what Sheriff Powell looked like. So he wasn't definitely not no athletic person. He'd be quick to tell you, he don't chase nobody. He said, you run on him, he was a sheriff. He said, you run on him, you can get away. He said, that's why he makes sure he know everybody, because he ain't chasing nobody. And if you get away from him, he don't mind if he don't know you. But he said, if you run on him, if he don't know you, he ain't gonna do nothing. If he know you, he ain't gonna chase you. If he don't know you, you just got away. He was a funny dude, old Pittsburgh dude. He was definitely a funny dude. And we had so much fun with him. God rest him. I think if he had never met us, he probably had a happy home. He got to hanging out with us, and oh my God. We were young kids. We were young, fired up. We city boys. We coming out of Ohio. You know what I'm saying? So he know we city boys. Man, we out here running girls, and now he ain't going home. New Jack City thing came along. Now he out here doing the New Jack with the hoes. Oh my goodness. It's like we just ruined this man. I mean, I can understand why his wife hated us. But he was like our big brother. We like to let him hang around. He was the sheriff. But yeah, man, shout out to old Sheriff Powell. But yeah, man, somebody need to get a chance, do a research. Some of you really, some of you guys can go out there and do researches, and you guys amaze me with some of the information that I get back on some of the stuff that we talk about. But I would definitely like to know how to make a real good turntable. And I'm gonna tell you, I'll know if it's good because the one the Robinson had, if anybody ever, that's how I know when people talk about the Robinsons down in North Carolina. There was this treadmill down there, that turntable that they had for years. I mean, stupid years. Even back then, even putting dogs on it to show us how it worked and all. I knew them. I liked it, the Robinsons. They was pretty cool. And it's very seldom, that, back down there in the South like that, in the Bulldog world, you would be expecting a lot of prejudiced guys and stuff. Maybe, around a bunch of people, they probably would act prejudiced towards us, but I never seen one of them treat me, like they was prejudiced. You can kind of look at Atlas and James and, out there in the woods. And I used to think that they, on the real tip could be prejudiced. I used to look at Mr. Trippett, like, because I'm from the city up north. So there was a whole lot of things that I seen going on down south that I was not used to seeing up north, and maybe it was just a lifestyle. But to me, it looks like, they were still on this, they better than black folk thing. You could really kind of, you couldn't see it because they didn't present it to you in the way they treated me, but you could just tell it was like a mentality thing that you could just tell, And then dealing with the city boys, Sheriff Powell always reminded them that we them city black folks, and we didn't talk like North Carolina dudes, all that country talk. We talked it like people out of the city, so they definitely recognized that. But they did call us Yankees a lot. They definitely called us Yankees a lot. But yeah, they were some good people. And like I was saying, in them New Jack days, that's when they started getting out. I noticed a lot of the dog men are the old. They started shutting down. They started shutting down. Because them dogs had got out there in them hands, and it was real easy to ruin a yard. I think they backed away and let us have our way because we was the new coming in, and we was coming in hard, y'all. We was coming in hard. Guys like Ozzie Stevens and Super Nat, them dudes, they wasn't scared. They mingled and jumped right on in with everybody else. They really did. Frank Jacobs was one of them, he wasn't scared. He stayed up there in that pocket. When you start talking about Ed Faring and Ratliff and, them guys, they already out of Ohio. So they, they wasn't no Southern boys. They became Southern boys, but they was Ohio boys. So, they was used to playing that game, because the game definitely started getting stiff when the Latinos and the Havana boys, the Latin boys, and the Latino families and all them Latinos start popping up, and the brothers start popping up with these dogs. The game changed. And like I said, there was a few Beach Boy, RC and So boys, damn, and damn, Pit Dog, who I'm talking about too. They had that little bad little bitch. You know what I'm talking about. I think the dog is in your pedigree. What was their name? We seen her go. She was a badass little bitch. But you know who I'm talking about. Damn, the name is not, it's right on the tip of my tongue. But they were some white dudes. They had some badass shit. The high-tech kennels with that grip, bitch. He was out there with the brothers. They was, but to me, they was the new age. Fat Bill and them, they was like the new age. They was like the new age. Tom and Casino, even when it came down to Casino, and even James Crenshaw, they started walking a different trail. Yeah, PNP, that's it, bro. Yes, sir. PNP, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they would get down with you. Yeah. PNP champion live. I seen her go. I cannot remember where we was at. Might have been up in Kentucky area somewhere, but I know I remember PNP and I remember that champion lively bitch. And she was a bad bitch. Mike Stewart was another bad dude. He mingled and played. He was an old school dude. But when you start talking about like Stinson and Glover and them and Benny Clayton, Clayton and them, and just the old timers, Rupert Adams and Swamp, Julian Bark and all them. Yeah, they started sliding on back on out the door. They knew there was a whole new era of dog man coming in. Even James, he hung around, like I said, but they played it a different way. They played it a different way. SWAT team and Suburban iPod, them the new, these were like the city boys. When I started talking, the country guys, David Tant name still stuck out, y'all, even in our ear. Even in our ear, David Tant's name still wrong. Like I said, Mike Stewart, Ozzy, Super Nat, So Boy, RC and them, the Beach Boy, they were some bad mugs. They was hard to whoop. I gotta give it to Big Thicket. I gotta give it to Big Thicket. Harry Hargrove, he was another one. He was definitely one of them out there that eat and play. There was just a combination of the old timers, and those great ones like Ozzy, Mike Stewart. These names right here, they go into history because not only could they tell us about the times of James and Jeep and all them back then, they continued when all the other old school dudes, Danny Burton and them guys, they was the old. There was a whole new group coming through. And the remembrance of the old great guys like RC and Beach Boys and Mike Stewart and Super Nat and all these guys, you know what I'm saying? They were still around. So they made adjustments. But every one of them I named, one of the things they had in common, they all had killers. To me, that's how they survived. They never changed the line of dogs that they had. They still believed in their killers. They had killers. And maybe they didn't have those big chunks of whopping money that the fast lane acquired. See, people, when they hear me talking about the fast lane, they really don't get the true understanding of what the fast lane consisted of. Fast lane consisted of not only high level dogs, but you had, in a shorter conversation, it would be like accumulation of people standing behind this one dog. We can literally be enemies and stand behind a dog for the purpose of making money. I've seen many guys lose a match, jump on the bandwagon to the dog that beat them and get their money back just betting on the dog to beat them. So you got to look at it like, you know, would you call that an enterprise? I wouldn't even call it organized crime. You know, I would just call it a gambler's dream. Ain't that what gamblers do? They dream to win, and then the opportunity comes. Imagine the people who made money off of Pandy. Imagine the money that the people made off of Tyrone. You know, some of these bets got real healthy. Real healthy. I'm talking about King's Ransom, and you would think, you know, these guys had a whole bunch of money. They probably did, but it was a compilation of a bunch of people following that one animal or that one kennel. You know, that was the thing. You know, Kenny Allen had that kind of following. Kenny Allen carried a bunch of old dog men with him. Gambler too. Shit, you'd be surprised how many times T.L. Williams showed up at a match with the brothers, and nobody even know who the hell he is. But there was some great dogs in the house, and that means there was some great dog man in there. You probably catch T.L. Williams, the old man with the overalls, with the long beard, standing back there in the back. They ain't missing nothing. But you know, it was like everybody didn't have them type of crews. Fat Bill had a nice backing of crew of people, you know. Fergie, he had a nice crew. You know, we get behind a dog and we all ride with that dog. Same with the Legion, you know. Legion, you hardly ever hear them, but when they come out, you know, they're gonna have a fan following and a whole bunch of people gonna be running behind them like chasing a horse at the track. And you know, you can't say it don't make good money sense because it made great sense. You know, great dog men going to each other, and they got a whole bunch of dog men there. That's how there's so many great dog men there. Everybody's standing behind this one dog or two dogs, and let's see it go down. That's why what made the 90s so great. There were so many great matches, and money was not going to be an issue because if they liked it, your dog, money ain't the problem. So when nobody betting nobody, you know, like out of a match, you know, because if you had a good dog, you're going to have somebody who's going to bet with your dog. And believe me, you got the two right dogs trying to go into each other. The money is not going to be the problem. Yep, the Gator Boys. Yep, the Gator Boys. That's right. BHK, they bought a whole bunch of people. That's true. Yeah, but definitely the Gator Boys, Jose and them boys had a following like a mug. Yep. All of them had a following though, you know? That's what made those shows so big. Shit, it wasn't 50 people. Let me tell you something. Back then, it wasn't even, man, at some of Ricky Jones and shit, man, we have over 200, 250 people up in that spot, bro. Yes, sir. You couldn't do it. Them days is over. I would be too damn scared. I seen 200 people up in some shit doing something illegal. Shit. Yeah, every weekend, man. Look here, man. I mean, back then it was Central America, 1,976 matches in 1 year. 1,976 matches in 1 year. That should tell you a lot. Contemplate and think about that. That's bulldogging. Oh yeah, you're gonna have a couple 4 and 5 a show. You're gonna have a couple every weekend. You're gonna have a couple of them, especially in them big cities. where it really ran deep. You know? But yeah, guys, I'm still on the table mill. All right, we still on that. Hey, we went over the thing about the walking with the dog. We might go back in there and look at that a little closer because it was I don't know, everybody, I don't know, some people might have picked it up, but some of y'all might not have picked it up. But you know, there was some pretty good, interesting things that were said in there. Yeah, I got out of it that I think that there was some things in there that some of you people could have picked up out of. But I want to go back and get back into our old journals and shit and go back into some of this historical shit. You know, it seems like the more I get away from doing that, the more I don't like doing this. So I can do this part right here, as you know, but I need to have my history stories, you know, the dogs of the past, the dogs that did done their things, the matches and things like that, because this is literally still a historical channel. And you know, I've been whining the mic, you know, well, I'm not feeling good, and it's not like I can't say but so much to you guys anymore. It's not like I got any contributors that want to come over here and jump up here and do some of these shows sometimes. But you know what I like to do if I'm going to continue doing this is to go back and get back on some of the historical notes and the historical stories. You know, we always hear this stuff about who was better than who and this and that and this and that. You know, I mean, if you really look at it for what it is, these dogs became famous because of the accomplishments of what they did in the box. You know, to compare certain dogs, you don't have enough information to compare certain dogs. With you know, the information ain't legit. It's not concrete. You know, if some of these dogs had a hooked up and met up, yes, you would have a whole lot of history changes based on certain information. Some of you guys making comparisons without proper information, and you'd be surprised. You know, everybody think Mayday was such an easy dog to whoop. You know, Mayday was not an easy dog to whoop. I seen him go. I don't think the dog that he beat, you know what I'm saying, would have gave a lot of the shit that y'all talking. You know, you need to be taking some of them and putting them on them dogs before you start talking about putting them on Mayday, because Mayday beat some bad motherfuckers. You see what I'm saying? Barracuda beat some bad motherfuckers. So before you start whooping their ass, you need to starting off asking yourself, could you have to whoop the dogs that they did beat? I would start there, because I could never believe anything you tell me when it comes to somebody beating those type of dogs, especially when I'm sitting here and I raised and fed those type of killers. I know what kind of dogs they brought to the table. I've seen a lot of those dogs. You know, guys hate on those Mayday dogs, but I mean, y'all dogs is not sitting up there on that register and merit list when you got the father and the son sitting up there. You got the father and the son sitting up there doing under the top 5 dogs of all time producing. And they both grand champions. So there's a lot to say. There's a lot to say when y'all start comparing dogs. You know what I'm saying? There's no comparison. None at all. Some of you guys can't understand that. Some of you guys don't never get it. But let's just go on facts. That these are facts that I give you guys, and there's plenty of receipts to prove that. So I don't like hating on other lines of dogs under Mayday and them. You know what I'm saying? Because at least they on the list. Because there's a lot of them that ain't. But the comparison of the dog thing, there's so many other factors that, you know, you think you could put it together and kind of imagine what would have happened. You know, that's just a hard thing to do, because you know, so much information that can go on hand in hand. You know, good dogs are good dogs, but some of these dogs that y'all talking about, that y'all claiming were so damn great, you know, the caliber, they might have beat the shit out of somebody's shit and shit like that. But I can tell you, there was just some dogs that was in the fast lanes that they could probably lost to some great dogs, like Buster, the dog that lost to Yellow Buck for his grand championship. I guarantee you, I could take that Buster dog and kill a lot of y'all, these great dogs that y'all be throwing up on the damn pedestal. I'm talking about a dog that lost to Yellow Buck. You know, that dog was bad as hell. He could probably kill a lot of these dogs that y'all bragging about, you know. But he lost to Yellow Buck. That Work Kennels Buster dog, he was a 4-time winner, and the dog beat 3 champions. He was going from Yellow Buck when he was going for number 5. He would have won, he would be 4 champions, literally, for his grand champion to be a grand champion. He just lost on his rise there because he lost to Yellow Buck. But these type of dogs that I'm speaking on, man, those history makers, that's why I would say it's hard to compare. You know, it really is. You know, because there's so many different factors. You know, I'm looking at some of these dogs that lost and be like, shit, damn the dog. And y'all talking about, I can pull out some of these dogs that lost to these dogs and tell you they can come out there and do damage. But yeah, fellas. You know, I'm just enjoying this. We can set this thing up. Let me see what time it is. It's 1:42. We have passed our bedtime. Y'all don't let me sit up here and just talk y'all into the deep night. Brothers, it's Tuesday. I'm going to get Mike back up here so we can finish this thing off. And it's been a pleasure. It's always been fun sitting there talking with you guys. We can usually set up here and do some more analyzing and putting out some constructive conversations, and there be some fun ones. You know what I'm saying? So big shout out to all you guys that showed up and sat through all this. A lot of information. Go back down there through there. I like picking on some of y'all. You know, never with no disrespect involved. Uncle Willie, you the man. That's for sure, big bro. Pit dog, always there, soldier. You know how it is. We got a birthday coming up, Marine. Get ready, baby. Eli Monster, you ain't out there, you might be playing this back. Your son got a birthday coming up, son. We're gonna celebrate your birthdays. Hoorah! Semper Fi. For all my pit dog lovers, you already know what our motto is. Always. You know, we got always. You know, scratch the win. You know, we got. I'm on that muscles. I'm on the roses. I'm on the thumbs up. But I'm that dog man. You know, I just want to show y'all the love. Had a dog. Ooh, raw. That's right, that pit dog. Ooh, raw. You know, when it comes to these dogs, I got that same type of loyalty. Scratch the win, baby. Yes, sir. Got that same type of loyalty. You know, I don't know, maybe the Marine Corps put that kind of discipline in me to be in like that with those bulldogs. I be thinking I'm like my own drill instructor and my dogs is the soldiers. I treat my Malinois like that too. I treat my Malinois like I'm Sergeant Major and they are my recruits. I treated my yard, felt like my yard was like, this is my battalion. And these are my soldiers. You know, you got to have them trained and ready and obedient, ready to lay that life down to you. You know, I look for that out of my Malinois. I looked at that out of my bulldogs. I guess it's a military implant that they put in us, bro. They got us thinking like that. You know what I'm saying? That is definitely a mind manipulation, bro. Because tell me if the Marine Corps didn't treat us like we was pit bulls. Tell me if that was not an organized governmental experiment that they used on human beings, man. You know, they want us to get away from this dog game because, you know, that's probably where they got it from. You know, they probably got it from the dog game. You know, they conditioned us. They did all the shit that we do to our bulldog. The mind stress, the body stress, the discipline, the control. I mean, turning us into straight killers. No reflection to humanality. You don't have room for that when you out to kill people you don't know. And be having us doing the Pledge of Allegiance and willing to die for a country that throw us in jail for the littlest shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's got to be some governmental bullshit. They got to be brainwashing us. You know, they didn't send a lot of us out here. That's why there's so many Marines out here that's homeless, because they can't function. They don't even know how to function. You know? I think I wake up every morning as a damn Marine. I wake up every morning like it's my job to wake up, to get out there and take care of those dogs. That's why I want to let them all go. I got 2 female Malinois females left. I'm trying to let them go. Anybody looking for some Malinois, I ain't got but 2 females. They got to go. They offer that. They part of that Van Wyck crew of dogs coming down off of Chaos. They good little dogs. I'm talking about the mama and the daughter. Because I got a broken foot. I'm sick. And I just can't do it no more. But I still get up every morning. I still get out there and take care of my dogs. These dogs live in the house. They don't live in chains. They don't live on no chain. They don't live in no cage. So even though I take them out every day, I have to take them out at early in the morning. I feed them early in the morning. Then I'd be back around 11 or 12. I make sure I take them out, you know. And then by 5 or 6, they go out again. And then sometimes after the show, like this time of night, I might just go home just to wind down after hanging out with y'all all night and just take them all out. You know what I mean? And then the next thing you know, it is 5 o'clock. It's going 2 o'clock, you know, another 3 hours. I'm back up, going back to the routine. I need to break this routine. I'm old and I should be getting tired. I should be wanting to just get out and run around and travel now, you know, and hang out. But hey, guys, we're going to get into this conversation on another day. Just giving up a little speech before I go, throwing a little preaching in there so I can leave out like Mike. You know what I mean? Thank y'all, everybody, for showing up. Thanks. I hope you new 30 people was out there hanging around out there tonight. You know what I mean? I'm trying to bring my journals back. You know, I guess there's a new setup we're going to have to do that with. But if you guys is in agreement with us, the next show, I'm going to put the poll up. And I want Mike to ask that question. Do y'all prefer I bring the journals back? Yes or no? And where we can go back through those. There's certain information in some of these books. I want to bring my books back in and educate. You know, what more can we keep saying? You know, I would have some guests come on here and let my guests do the show more than me sitting up here doing the show. You know, I want guys to start stepping up and getting up here, man, and taking over, man. I mean, what more can I fucking say? You know? There you go. Pit Dog talking about singing his hymn with a rifle in that rack. You're so right, man. This is my rifle. This is my rifle. Remember that, Pit Dog? There's many like it, but this one here is mine. You know what I'm saying, Pit Dog? Nobody touches my rifle. Will get you killed messing with my rifle. There's many like it, but this rifle here is mine. Hey, fellas, see y'all Friday. Hopefully we see y'all Friday. I know we've been slipping out on these Fridays and stuff lately. That's because, you know, like I said, I'm not at the greatest help. And then on top of that, I got a broke foot. And it's been very painful because I'm not even supposed to be walking on it. They got me in a boot with crutches. How in the hell am I supposed to feed and walk dogs, y'all, with some crutches? Not one crutch, crutches. So y'all already know how that ain't gonna happen. I'm scratching. So how I'm gonna be scratching with crutches? So you know I'm dealing with more pain because I gotta go feed the dogs. So this is gonna be a process. So I'm gonna hang it out, ride it out, but enjoy the love, fellas. But I'm just gonna let this thing go on out, man. I can't punch on the music. I guess my Michael had to teach me that. I can't even close out the show. I don't know how to do that. I'm just used to walking on here doing shit. So, fellas, I'll see y'all Friday. Until then, man, everybody take care of yourself. Don't forget about checking them chains. Don't forget about checking your cameras. Make sure you got that shit up. Make sure your dogs are fed right and good. Make sure y'all got them microscopes to check for those damn them worm things. Y'all spend more money on other bullshit, to get a microscope don't cost maybe $60, $70, fellas. That's one of the most important things to a breaking stick. For you young guys that's out here wanting to raise some dogs, I think that's the right way to go. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, we love you too, Uncle Willie. I'm glad you bless our presence every time you show up, fam. I don't know why you don't step up and be up on here, man. You know what I'm saying? Why they calling some of these? They out here calling me legendary. Why aren't they calling you legendary, Uncle Willie? Huh? Pit Dog, why they ain't calling you legendary there, Pit Dog? These people need to be, I know y'all can go hide behind y'all rocks and shit, but y'all come up in here where there's greatness. And y'all part of that greatness, man. I just want y'all to share some of that love out here, man. Don't leave it all on me. I can't say no more. Y'all ain't said enough. I need to step up, man, and start saying more, man, and show these people y'all experiences and y'all time in, man. Help me out. You know what I mean? So it's like I miss y'all fellas, man. I need y'all to help out sometime. I'm gonna sit down with you, man, because I know one of these days I ain't got that dragonfly. I'm ready to start talking to that little machine. I got these publishers trying to get me to write a book. I just want to make sure I got all the right people in it. Cause it's gonna be it might be a couple volumes. You know what I mean? There's so much to say. So with that note, fellas, stay safe, be kind, and always, you gotta always scratch the win. And that's one time for the mind. Love you guys. See y'all Friday. Until then, big shout out. I'm gonna leave this open for like 5 or 10 minutes and shit, so y'all can get your last little clips in and everybody say y'all good nights to each other, and then we're gonna go ahead and shut it down. But for me, I'm out. With love. Peace.